up, y'all? Kofi Kingston here, and I would love to have a drink with Wrestling on the Rocks, depending on what that drink is, preferably non-alcoholic, you know?
How's it going, Celtic Warrior Damon?
Soda.
I would love to have a drink with Wrestling on the Rocks.
Maple syrup.
Fella.
I would never have a drink with Wrestling on the Rocks.
What is that noise?
What noise?
Are you doing laundry too?
Nah.
Oh.
I have the air on me.
I think it's probably hitting that side of your head, isn't it, where the ear pod is?
Welcome. One of them is.
To episode 1. I wonder if it just has that mic activated, because you can't tell sometimes what mic is on the left or the right on those. I think it's just it hit it. It's all. It's funny, guys. It's no worries. It's only episode 1. No big deal. This is Wrestling on the Rocks, where every show is our first show, and we are perpetually stuck on episode 1 because we do not move on to episode 2 until we get episode 1 done right. We are perfectionists and terrible at it at the same time. Guys,
I turned off my dryer. Is that better?
There you go. There you go. Why don't you you had to burn incense, for Christ's sake. I don't want you sweating so bad you got to start lighting more shit on fire.
Oh.
By the end of the show, you're
here in Arizona.
By the end of the show, you're just all like, everything smells like cheese, dude. Can we just wrap this up? Like,
last call. I had a hankering for Cheetos for the past 2 hours.
Yeah. Guys, I'm at Rev Marsh. Who you're hearing right now is one half of the legendary podcasting duo, the Ironics. That's Kevlar on the rocks over there. Kevlar, say what's up.
What's up, guys? Long time. It's been a week. Hell of a week.
It's been a hell of a week, man. A hell of a week. Let's see. I think I have a few things news-wise that we will get to. But we'll get there. We will get there. Kev, it's good to have you here. It's good to be here. Oh, man, I put my ice in backwards. I can't even get to it now. Fuck. Kev, well, I tried to
put in ice backwards.
Well, I have one of those ice buckets like you have in the hotels. The lid only goes one direction, and it's behind the belt because that's supposed to be slick, right? Like no one can tell.
Oh,
I reach behind the belt, and it's facing completely the wrong way. The weight of the belt is keeping the lid down, and I'm gonna have to move it. Yeah, well,
I thought you meant like the actual ice was backwards.
Oh, the ice cubes are upside down.
Yeah,
come on!
Damn it!
I can't use these ice; they're upside down. Who made these ice inside out?
Bullshit.
No. Okay, well, I try to unlike the mystery of the ice. You want to tell people what's in your glass?
Today I am drinking. Oh, I lost the can. Coors Light Seltzer.
Oh,
it's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. Saves the rivers too. Restoring our rivers.
Oh, that's a good point. They use only the freshest Colorado Springs or Milwaukee. It's hard to say.
Colorado.
Is it Colorado?
Rocky Mountain Fresh, yeah. Isn't that the whole thing? The mountain turns blue.
Well, I know the can turns blue when it's cold, and that's how I know it's ready to drink.
Yeah. I don't know if there's mountains in Wisconsin.
That's a good point. There might not be mountains in Wisconsin. Let's see.
I've never been. I'm going to be there in a couple weeks, I'll tell you. But
yeah, let me know when you see them.
I don't know. Yeah.
You get there and be like,
bro, there are mountains.
Yeah. And you're still like, turns out it must not be cold. They're not blue at all. So
yeah.
Well, not out. Bogus. I am having, dude, I found this soda since I've been doing keto. I'll throw it out there. Whatever. This brand new soda. Oh my, I got a koozie on it. I've made a mistake. I can't read it now. Oh, God. I'm going to spill this all over me. I just opened it. All right, let's see. It's called Koios, Koios. And it's got MCT oil, lion's mane, electrolytes, which is what plants like, and nootropics. It's supposed to be like a brain and energy thing, plus it helps with the digestive. I was at first getting it, and I was all like, well, we'll get a couple because the flavors sound good, but the idea of this sounds like it could go horribly wrong in a hurry. But
yeah.
Dude, this stuff is some of the best soda I've had.
Nice.
Just in general, I like it. I like it a lot. So I'm going to have this with some vodka because there's nothing that says nutrition like spiking a healthy drink. Right?
Yep. Yeah.
Science. It's absolutely science. So I'm going to have some...
You got to live a little.
Yeah. What's the point of trying to get healthy if you can't drink yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good point. Good point. I did notice that you are starting to grow out a bit of a beard there.
Yep.
At this point, I've been losing a little bit of weight. I think that we are getting close to merging our identities and becoming a bookend tag team. Yeah, ironic. That's right. It's all coming together quite nicely.
This is playoff beard for the Suns.
Is it? Is that like a good luck beard?
I know they do it in hockey, so I just kind of kept it for since the Coyotes aren't shit right now. I just did it for the Suns.
Yeah, just for the puck of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's good. Good stuff right there. Well, that's cool. And it does look like, speaking of the playoffs, speaking of the Suns, speaking of pucks, Just in Time is in the chat. Cheers to Just in Time. And he says, looks like Kev is going to get to see the Suns. Cheers to that.
Yes. Cheers. Thank you.
Did the Suns lose a game? That's the only way you'd be able to see them if they lost something, right?
Yeah, they lost game 3. So hopefully they win game 4, and then we can clinch at home, and I'll be at that game. And
so
yeah,
that'll take it to game 5, right?
Yeah.
So 4 is out of town right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then 5 would be the first
4's in Milwaukee.
game in Milwaukee, and then game 5 would be the first game back in Arizona, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And if it goes to 7, they'll be Milwaukee, right?
No. Game 6 will be back in Milwaukee. Game 7 will be back in Phoenix.
Oh. So then it becomes a real toss-up on if you'd be able to see the championship game or not.
Well, no, it's kind of bullshit. Like game 6 is the day before I go to Milwaukee, and then game 7 I will be in Milwaukee while they're playing in Phoenix. Yeah, I was like, I did not think this trip through at all.
That's backwards as fuck, dude. You should have accidentally. Like, can you imagine if you had it plotted though? If you're like, look, we're gonna be in Milwaukee just in case.
Just in case.
But we'll be back in time for game 7 just in case.
Yeah. But considering I booked this trip like 7 months ago,
yeah,
like the way it's like falling together with Milwaukee and Phoenix and stuff, I'm like, what the?
Yeah,
this is crazy shit.
That's pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff, actually, to be honest with you. We got Way Sketch coming through the chat saying, what up, love your show. I'm not a cop, which is trustworthy because they have to tell you. So,
yeah, good to know.
Yeah. Cheers.
We do like to solicit prostitution on the show.
Producer just coming in, joining the chat, literally out loud. Asked me if we got started as we were on air live. What? Whoa. All right, I'm in trouble already, guys. This went down south in a hurry. I had the keto soda with vodka. It's a good day. Oh, she's pissed. She did not like that. Well, but here's the deal. So, if they clinch it up in game 5, then you get to be there and watch them become the champions.
Yes.
That'd be awesome. That's
like
an ideal situation.
Yeah, bucket list. Marsh knows how long I've loved the Suns, and they're like my first sports team love. And
yeah,
whew.
Yeah. I remember his first pair of Phoenix Suns underoos.
Mm-hmm. I even named my son Nash, for God's sakes.
That's a good point. You're like, literally because I couldn't call him Phoenix Suns.
Yeah. That one got vetoed real quick.
Yeah. That got shut down immediately. And I'm like, well, shit, yeah. Now what?
Damn it.
It's funny. My brother had a kid and named him Logan. But growing up, his favorite superhero was Wolverine. So we're all like, oh, my God, he got away with it.
Yeah.
When we asked about it, he's all like,
behind
no,
his wife and
yeah,
sure.
Yeah, no,
sneak
it was
behind
like
his wife and give him a low high five. Good job,
yeah.
buddy.
He like apparently I think that he had like brought it up once, not from anywhere specifically, or she had brought it up, and he was just all like, "Yes, that's a good one," and like it was. He was like, "No, I swear, it's like wasn't part of the decision making." I was like, "Okay, I bet."
As a tears coming down his eye when she suggests that.
Yeah.
I can live with it.
Yeah. We can work that through. We can definitely work that through. Let's see. In the chat as well, Justin Time says the show just started too early to be getting into trouble. I know, man. I'm skilled. I'm good at this. I'm good at this. Well, guys, welcome to. Thank you for coming through the dive bar of the IWC. That's where we get drunk and get in trouble immediately. So let's talk about a couple things. Let's do a quick cheers. It is Sean X-Pac Waltman's birthday. So cheers to X-Pac. 2 words for ya. Happy birthday.
Drink up. Oh.
Also, he's my sister's, but that's largely irrelevant. Let me see. There was another birthday, I think, somewhere. TJ Wilson. I think we missed his over the weekend. We did a pre-record. So, happy birthday, TJ Wilson.
Cheers.
Cheers to him. And I can't think of anything else. If you guys like to support X-Pac, Sean X-Pac Waltman of X-Pac Famedom, he does have a podcast, Pro Wrestling for Life. For life. If you're on the Patreon, you're going to get a new episode dropping tomorrow morning with RJ City and Kenny McIntosh, who are inside the ropes. They discuss his match against Bret Hart. If you don't have Patreon, you can wait until Thursday and get it with ads. So those are your options. But go ahead and support them. Support him, and you support us. I do editing for that show, so let me know when I mess stuff up. I was going through older stuff the other day. Dude, there's been so many times I've just destroyed Nick Hausman's name on the nameplates. And it's only him, man. I've messed up like almost no one else's. But I found one today as I was going through something where for a short period of time, it said like Nick House space hyphen CC space W man. And I was like, what the fuck happened there? How did I not even catch it? So I call it Easter eggs.
That's terrible.
Oh, yeah. It was bad, dude. I was like, God. When I saw it too, I was all like, "Oh, is there a glitch on this thing?" And I was looking, I was like, "What's going on here?" And I realized had been typed in at some point. I was like, "Ah, fuck." But
So when you got like a hand cramp or something, you're like, "Ah!"
I suspect it was the Bluetooth. My keyboard's Bluetooth, and it, sometimes I get interference, and it acts up. So, I don't. Was there another birthday? I thought there was. Oh, Sami Zayn and Brock Lesnar both had birthdays this week as well. Sami Zayn. And Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar. So cheers.
Time to throw a Brock party.
Time for a Brock party. Let's go. Boop, 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 boop. See, that's how you mix them. I'm a mixologist. Yeah. Well, I mean, Kev's actually a mixologist, so that works. And then Clump's actually a journalist. That makes me, ipso facto, journalist and mixologist.
Mm-hmm.
That's how that works,
Guilty
right?
by association.
100%. That's it. Association, that's all it takes. Let's see. One other thing that we'll catch in the news, too, before we talk about some of the fun stuff, is Paul Orndorff passed away, man. Mr. Wonderful. It sucked to read about. But I guess he'd been largely unhealthy for a while, so just a bummer.
Yeah.
Tears in our beers to Paul Orndorff, and we'll see you down the road.
Yes, sir. Cheers.
You know what's funny is the first thing that came to mind before his even matches was how in that WWE Champions game, he was like my go-to for a long time. He was so good in that game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I was all like, here we go, Paul Orndorff. Let's get it. You and me.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Yeah. He was fantastic in the game. He was my go-to. I don't know. Did you ever? Were you watching around the time that he was having the stuff with Hogan, or was that before you?
Hogan.
Yeah.
No, I watched some of it. I don't think I was watching it live. I remember watching it, and I also know he did a hunting show, didn't he?
That sounds really familiar. That sounds right. But I couldn't give you like a definitive on that.
Yeah, I remember it was such a long time ago. I don't remember if it was like just a promo that he did with wrestling that was like in a cabin and stuff like that. But I want to say he did like a hunting show or a fishing show, and I remember like watching that as well as the other stuff.
That sounds right.
I mean, like I liked him in the ring. He was a good competitor. Hogan at was it WrestleMania 2?
Mm-hmm. I think that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he was a backstage presence for a really long time. I was kind of surprised when I was hearing some stuff, like old stories that come up, how much stuff he was involved in backstage.
Yeah.
That's pretty dope.
Is he in the Hall of Fame?
He's got to be, right? There's no way he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Whoa. I would think so.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if he wasn't. Let me see. I'm going to look him up right now. Paul Orndorff.
Pull out your Googler.
We already read that one.
Okay.
Paul Orndorff Hall of Fame. 2005.
Thanks for showing up late.
Yeah, well, he also said he's not a cop. Why didn't you celebrate that? He's being honest, truthful. If he was a cop, he would have to tell us. He would have to. I'm all like, dude, are you a cop? He says he's not a cop. Checks out.
Good.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Not doing nothing. Okay. Yeah, 2005. 2005 he joined the Hall of Fame.
Okay.
So, he's not a two-time Hall of Famer, but, still pretty good. Still pretty good. What? I'm not talking shit. No. Just saying.
Okay, stop.
Kev, I want to let you know something because I had a feeling you didn't know. Because you're a lot like Jon Snow when it comes to a lot of things. You don't know shit. There's something I wanted you to know about. Where the fuck is it? I had it right here. So much stuff in here. Made his GCW debut like 3 or 4 days ago. Stackhouse. Woo woo. That's right.
Very
Sam
nice.
Stackhouse. Yeah, he made his debut on GCW and he won against some little dude who he crushed. He did that moonsault from the second. And that dude was just dead after that. Forget it. No point. No ribs, no bones, no need. Stackhouse with the win.
Straight roadkill.
Straight roadkill. So congrats to Sam Stackhouse for making her GCW. It says Fight Club? I don't know if that was the name of the event. I think so. But GCW debut for Sam Stackhouse. Guys, keep your eye on him. He's hard to miss, but you don't want to miss him. Number one. He's our number one fan. Literally the first person to watch our show. So that's why we call him that. Not because he's the number one fan. He's just the first fan. So number one.
First.
Yeah, also. Go to his Pro Wrestling Tees. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Andy came back several times.
Mm-hmm. He came back. He was Carl Ripken there for a bit. He didn't miss anything for the first year of episode 1s. Luckily, every time he comes through nowadays, it's still episode 1. So he hasn't missed a thing.
Yeah. Exactly. He's a Wrestling on the Rocks Iron Man.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, he's told me he still catches most episodes. That he just doesn't catch them live as much anymore. So,
nice.
But if you guys check out his ProWrestlingTees.com/Sam Stackhouse, he's got a few shirts there. My favorite is the Stackhouse is okay shirt, strictly because I drew it myself. So it makes me laugh.
He's pretty
okay. An outline. Yeah, it's not an easy outline to draw. Have you seen Oklahoma? It's got a lot of curves on it. Jesus.
It's also got a lot of straight lines on it.
It's got a couple straight lines.
Draw Hawaii.
I leaned into the straight lines. Definitely leaned into the straight line business a little bit. But let's see. Before we get into Smackdown, Kev, did you get to see the Conor McGregor? I know you didn't get to see the whole fight necessarily. Did you get to catch up on the fight at all?
Yeah. No, I saw it.
You finally saw it?
Yeah.
What I feel bad that we cheers to. I mean, I finished off the bottle of Proper 12. Proper number 12.
Yep.
And it feels like that may have been bad luck. So that was insane. One thing I got a kick out of was right after it happened, Sami Zayn was
got
on.
a kick out of it.
No one got a kick at. No one got kicked. I doubled over. But Sami Zayn was on Twitter right after saying, like, is Sid trending yet? It's like,
Nice.
It's disgusting. So gross. Dude, how weird was that? When we were watching, too, because we were standing up watching it in a bar, and as soon as he, like, falls back, producer was all like, the hell was that? He didn't even get hit. And I was like, yeah, that was really fucking weird. And then he, like, puts his hands up, gets punched in the face a couple times, whacks at a couple, and he's, like, still kind of fighting from the ground. And then as they come over and he's, like, pointing towards his leg, that's when I see it, that it's got a curve where there should not be a curve. And then he moves his knee, and the whole thing, like a melting stick of butter, just wiggles. Or like if you were to microwave a mozzarella cheese stick for a little bit, just kind of.
It was like that scene in Harry Potter where the dude takes the bone out of his arm.
Yeah. Like
it was just
no
like
bone.
Bro. Yeah. Looked like Gumby out there. Yep.
Look like Gumby. It was disgusting. How weird is that, dude? But that's also one of the things that we've talked about before is that, like, especially with, and we'll get to it here in a minute too, Bailey's injury. These things happen in the weirdest, nondescript ways. On Xbox podcast, he was talking to the Bollywood boys, and they talked about a serious injury the guy got, and they were talking about right after talking about all the crazy bumps. And Sean even goes, it's never the crazy shit that gets us hurt, right? And the guy's like, no, when I popped my shoulder out of the socket, it was doing a flat back, like just a normal fall back. But all those falls off the Punjabi prison, the getting thrown head first like a flipping dart by Randy Orton, fine. This was with the Conor thing. He just took a step backwards, and then that's it.
On himself.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Poirier said that he thought that he checked a leg kick earlier in the fight, and he heard a crack. So he thinks, that it was
fractured
on the verge, and he just happened to twist it the right way, and it finished it off.
Maybe, but his leg didn't look swollen prior to that. And you'd think with a fracture, your leg would have at least swollen up by then, wouldn't it?
No. Most of the time I've seen broken bones, it's not really that swollen.
Really? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But you also got to think, how much leg trauma does this guy have for training for MMA?
Yeah.
He purposely, I've seen people purposely kick trees and stuff like that just to kill the nerve endings in the shin.
That could be too. So even if it did crack, you might not have even noticed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's kind of neat too when you think about it. If they're actively trying to kill nerve endings at some point, it could be why when it fell off, he just sits down and goes, it's not even attached anymore. Let me have the mic. I'm gonna tell this guy he's a little bitch real quick. Like, it could explain why he wasn't screaming and terrified about the fact that his leg is just done for.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I mean, you see broken legs all the time in MMA, and
yeah. I always really like the one clip of the dude who kicks the other guy, and his own leg breaks around the other guy's leg.
mm-hmm.
It's one of my favorite MMA matches.
Anderson Silva.
Yes, that's who it was, Silva. Yeah, he kicks the other guy in the shin, and then Silva's leg wraps around it, just like.
Mm-hmm.
He's all like, "Oh, he kicked him so hard, he ended up kicking himself." Just flips around it, kicks his own knee. So awful, dude. But it was wild. People talking now about how Conor McGregor went too far in that promo afterwards, and how he shouldn't have said all those things. What do you think about all that?
I think it's just him being sour and disappointed that he lost again. It's just, to me, like, trash talking is a part of MMA and really any sport. But, Poirier even said, like, hey, you crossed the line. Like, I don't care, that you said anything about this or that. But he literally said he wanted to kill me. And it's like, all right, that's enough. And I don't know. Before the fight, I said Poirier is going to win.
Yeah.
Like, Poirier is a good fighter. And he showed a lot more class than McGregor. And I know that's not saying much because McGregor was a little whiny at the end, but
yeah. And then it's also just trying to figure out who was the worst is what you're kind of really fighting for on that one. Because even then, after his leg broke, Poirier was like mocking and taunting Conor and stuff. So you kind of go like, oh, is that really classy or not? And for me, I don't care. I don't think that's an issue.
At the same time, Poirier said, hey, we don't want to hurt each other in here. We want to go in, we want to have a fight. And, he said he's got a family to go home to. I wish him the best of luck and a speedy recovery. And then McGregor's like, I'm in your wife's DMs. Ah! Like, whoa,
no,
there, fella.
It was reversed. His wife was in his DMs.
Oh,
and
whatever.
then he put up he actually made a story where he opens up the Instagram. He record the screen record. He opens up Instagram, types in her name because he's not even following her, clicks on it. It says, this person has sent you a private message. Do you want to accept to see it? And he just backs back out of it. So what's really funny is that it looks like she probably did send him a DM, but there's a really good chance it's not what he's pretending.
The context, yeah.
Which to me made me laugh even more because it was all like, well, yeah, he doesn't even know what it says.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's, I don't know, all that shit's funny to me. It's funny because it's crazy.
Yeah.
And bottom line, when someone says, hey, they're going to have another fight, a lot of people are going to watch that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Producer, you did a quiz? Okay, well, you can still talk into the mic because I don't know the context of this. Okay, here we go. It's only episode 1. Everybody calm down.
So we did a quiz right after the match, and we asked everyone who's the bigger heel to you, just for fun. And we put Conor, we put you and Marie, and what was the last one we put?
Vince McMahon.
Oh, Vince. And Vince came out last. It was Conor, Eva, and Vince. So I just thought that was funny. Granted, there was only a small amount. There was only like 10 people that actually answered, but I thought that was still pretty funny.
It was pretty good. And also, it just goes to show our interactive followers listen to what we say. Because very seldom have we said Vince McMahon is the actual heel here. And we know that's not popular. We know the most popular thing would be to say that he's actually evil in real life and does evil things and is a Darth Sith Lord. Evil. We got Kuro coming through the chat. Cheers to Kuro. And we got Drew, 424231. Hike. Coming through as well, saying cheers, guys and gals.
What the hell is that? Cheers, hey!
Dude, that's what it says. It says 424231. I thought that's an audible call, isn't it? Hut, 42,
Oh.
hut, 31, hut, hike.
I thought you. See, I didn't pick up on the hike.
Oh.
I thought you said height. Like
He's like, I now hate
you're
you
making,
guys.
like you're making sushi.
That's
Here's your rainbow roll.
awful.
Height.
That's awful, dude.
That's what I picked up on.
Remember
I don't
there
know,
was
you
that
said
one in
height.
town
My
on the north side where they would throw the hot towels at you? They would just yell at you, "Height," and you look over there and it just flip it right at your face.
Yeah.
Let's see. Kuro does say, "Well,
It
Vince can't."
was was just us. They just wanted us to clean our face. We had shit all over it.
Yeah. We walked in with barbecue on our face, and I'm like, good Lord.
Yeah. You're embarrassing us. Fight!
Yeah. Secure does say, well, Vince can't be the best heel. He's torn his quads too much. Everyone there's torn some quads. But yeah, no, Conor broke his own leg, and it was great. And I think to me, the best part about all the shit talk was it got people's interest heightened. As much as people were all like, oh, this is classless. Oh, he's just too far. You're like, yeah, but would you watch another fight? They're like, well, yeah, I want to see Poirier beat him up. And you go, so you want to see the fight? They're like, well, yeah, because I think he deserves his comeuppance. And you're like, okay, Conor's the best heel in the business.
We'll see, and this is what gets me with that, because I know we're going on about UFC, but
that's a good point.
Excuse me. Poirier's beat him twice now, which is whatever. The first match could have gone either way.
Yeah.
You had Conor fans saying, no, Conor won. You had Poirier fans saying Poirier won. Whatever. The thing that gets me is the more heated rivalry with Conor was with Khabib.
Yes.
And Khabib destroyed him. And then right after that, Conor looks at him and says, hey, man, it was just the business, nothing personal, this and that. And then, obviously Khabib throws his mouth guard at Dylan and then jumps into the crowd and, DC breaks him up, whatever. But, for him to sit there and say, if Conor would have sat there and said, hey, I was unlucky on this one. It pisses me off. I'm going to come back stronger. And, hey, Dustin, we're going to do this again. Cool. Yeah. But it was like, all right, dude, everyone knows Conor. Everyone knows his shit talking, but Conor took this shit personally.
Yeah, he was. I think that's bottom line is he wasn't ready for the fight to be over, couldn't physically fight anymore, and that's when he just started fighting with his mouth, because what else can he do? And I think, like you said, he was emotionally invested himself at this point. We were talking about it before. The last two times we saw Conor getting ready for fights, he was basically a fucking Zen Buddhist, coming out all calm, hair slicked back, and being like bowing to people almost, like just relaxed as fuck, being like, I just don't think I need to be the way that I used to be. I just need to focus on my fights.
Yeah.
And then, like, he lost them both. And then this time I saw him, I was like, this motherfucker is pissed. Like,
yeah. But see, the thing is that I thought I attributed it to the court cases he had with the guy suing him over proper number 12 and, a whole bus thing. So I was like, this dude's on his best behavior because, he's on probation.
Yeah, that's true.
But then he brings up the whole bus thing because I don't remember if Poirier was on it, but then he brings up the whole bus thing and it's like, he's just back and forth.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I like McGregor too. I like both of them.
Yeah, I like them both too, honestly. And I get it too. I also get the people who say that Conor is not as good as people make him out to be. I understand that argument. But the argument I have in retort is, yeah, but more people want to see Conor fight. So does it even matter how good he actually is? Because they argue that he's had relatively a low amount of fights overall. That his last 3 years, he's only won one fight out of like the 4 he's had. I understand that. That makes sense. Yeah, maybe he's not the best fighter, but he is one of the most entertaining fighters. So
we'll see.
That's why
I
the show.
See, I don't agree with that because UFC fighters have a window.
Yes.
All athletes have a window, and the prime years is that when Conor was Conor, he was knocking people out left and right. This and that. He was killing everyone.
His first 3 years, he was 9-1. His second 3 years has been 1-3.
Yeah, I think his window might be closed.
Yes.
And some fighters, and not just fighters, athletes in general, they change up their lifestyle, what they eat and stuff like that. And some of them have a resurgence in their career. Yeah. I don't want to say Conor's window's closed, but when you're 1-3,
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Ronda.
Don't get me wrong.
She was unfucking stoppable. And then all of a sudden one day, that was it. She was not going to win another fight. You know what I mean?
And with me with Ronda, I think I don't want to say quit, but she did give up too early. Holly Holmes knocked her clock with that kick, and Holmes was dominating that fight. I don't want to say it was a lucky thing, but Holmes won, and then Ronda lost again, and then she's like, "All right, I'm done." And it's like, you could still fight, like.
Yeah, I think she could have still fought.
I think with Ronda is that she was too like emotionally involved, and she was the best for so long that when she took an L, like she even talks about it, but she like hit depression, and stuff like that. And it's like, yo, you can't do that. As an athlete, you win, you lose, you live to fight another day, type of thing.
Yeah, but at the same time, there's always the talk about the hunger of the fighter being a huge driving force, right? When you're first making no money and you're literally fighting, trying to make a buck, trying to get popular enough,
trying to eat. Literally try to eat.
Yeah. And then you get into the world of riches like you've never experienced. There does come a point where no matter how much more you're willing to earn, your heart's not in it the same way, because it's like, okay, what's another 5 million to someone who's got 100 million? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, 5 million is a great amount for a fight. I'll go do that, right? If you're someone who's already got that. The first 5 million is, and I'm using that as just a fucking arbitrary number, but that first couple, those mean a lot more than the ones afterwards. Like Conor's biggest fight that he made the most money off was the Mayweather.
Yeah.
No one was fucking involved in that match. Like, they were just fucking goofing off for a bit, Yeah,
well, they were actually boxing, unlike Logan Paul and
that's
that
point.
Shit show.
I think Conor did really want to prove that he could knock out Mayweather, and he just couldn't do it, which is funny. But still.
Yeah, well, McGregor at the same time says that he wants to fight Pacquiao in boxing.
Oh, I'd love it.
The thing is there's an underlying thing that a lot of fighters talk about, because UFC takes their purses are pretty small in comparison to boxing.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the whole reason why Tyron Woodley's fighting Jake Paul.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, I'm going to make a lot of money. Cool. Yeah. That's the whole reason Mayweather once again fought Logan Paul.
Yeah. 100%. Well.
Who's honking?
Dude, it's crazy. It's right outside for no reason. I'm going to go.
Did you not use your blinker?
Yeah. Turn around. All right. Well, you're right. We were talking too much about UFC. This is definitely Wrestling on the Rocks and not Conor on the Rocks. However, Conor, get better because we want to see you in a fight. I don't care if you win or lose. I just like to see it happen.
Yeah. I mean,
Kuro does say people tried to get him fired. So producer keeps saying she wants him to tag up with Sheamus. What do you think about the idea of Conor going to WWE? I know it's a conversation a lot of people have where they think that he's going to show up in WWE and be a big star there. What do you think about that?
He's showed interest in WWE, and I like Conor. He brings intensity and what you want from a WWE superstar. Mm-hmm. The only problem with Conor is I don't think he'd actually lay down for it.
I don't think he'd lay down, but I think also he's 140 pounds. He's small by small standards. You know what I mean? Like Rey Mysterio is 170. Finn Balor is 175. Yeah. Conor weighs like $140, dude. Like, I'm not a big athlete guy,
but that's fighting
significant. Weight. Yeah, you think he's gonna put on fucking 30-40 pounds of muscle up top so he can go up against a Balor?
Well, he's not going to train as hard to lose the weight, because that's another problem with UFC fighters is that they try and cut so much weight to, get down in weight so that they can fight lesser opponents. I don't want to say lesser opponents, but you know what I mean? Keep it low.
Yeah. Hold on. He's... Oh, my God. I pushed the wrong button. Now I'm looking at Crublin. I'm going to look up his height. I can see his weight right here.
But the thing with Conor is that he can talk. You know, there's a lot of stars that we love. Yeah.
He's 5'9", 150 pounds. I get it that he can talk. But there's also going to be a point where he's going to have to get in the ring. Who's he going to fight? Fucking Adam Cole? He's too big a star for that. Like that's my problem with it is that he is so good at talking and building interest that he's too big a star for anybody who's big enough to be in the ring with him. Bring it back, Punk.
So you think he'll thrive in AEW then?
AEW is the place to be. It's the only place with children wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
But to be honest, I mean, like, look at even Ronda. When she first got there, what happened?
She was terrible.
Well, for one, she was terrible. But for two, her first match was against Stephanie McMahon, Kurt Angle, and Triple H. You had the biggest stars there.
Well, she was tag team with Kurt Angle.
Yes, but she was in a match with
her
them.
versus the three.
Yeah. Handicap match.
Just
All three
kicks
against
all
her.
their asses. Yeah.
But do you think do you think Connor's gonna end up in a match with Triple H? Triple H is 4 times his size. It's gonna be crazy. He's not gonna go up against Brock Lesnar. You think Brock's gonna lay down for Connor? I just don't understand how it would work, is all I'm saying. Just because he's so small. He's got the personality. He's got all you need to talk and get people interested. And fuck, he talks so fast sometimes you don't even know what the fuck he's saying, but you still go, you goddamn right, Connor. You know? But I don't know who the fuck you put him in the ring with.
Yeah. But Eddie Guerrero was short.
He was fucking 250 pounds. Yeah.
Yeah. He wasn't that big.
I don't know, maybe. He was pretty big. I saw him one time. His arms were legs, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. He was 5'8", but he was 220. That's like 70 pounds more than Connor.
Yeah,
so you're right.
I mean, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, you know. But that's the thing with WWE is there's no weight classes.
Right. Which is why you got to make it make sense. If Connor was willing to put on weight, because at 5'9", that's not the smallest guy ever.
Yeah.
You know, he could fit in a ring at 5'9" with a fucking mouth on him. But I think he'd have to get close to 200 pounds, dude. He's going to have to get to at least 170.
Yeah, but once again, if he's officially done with UFC, you know, it goes back to them trying to cut weight so much. I could see him bulking up a little, maybe not that big, but bulking up. But at the same time, you know, you can use him as a knockout power, you know, knockout punch type of thing. Look at Alexa Bliss. She's got a mean right hand.
Oh, my God.
But he can also just submit people.
Yeah, he could. Let me see. Oh, that's not what I meant to hit. Let me see. I want to look up something, and I don't want to be that guy. Let me see. Benoit was 5'11", 229. And you're right. And Eddie Guerrero was 5'8", 220.
Dude, I didn't think Benoit was that tall.
Yeah, he's actually taller than I thought he was. So if McGregor's 5'9", that's right between the two of them. He'd have to get to like 200 pounds to be as crazy impressive looking in the ring as them, physically.
But see, I don't think you need him to. I don't think McGregor has the UFC history where he doesn't need the physical or, you know, to look menacing.
Dude, how did you think Mayweather versus Big Show played out?
Mayweather won.
Mayweather did win. And what was no issues?
No, he had a stronger right hand.
Dude can punch. What do you want?
Yeah.
Seth Rollins 6'1".
I mean, I understand. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. But like I said, I think he's got the history that you don't need him to be a giant.
At this point, Finn Balor is billed at 5'11", 190. I'm just saying he'd have to put on like 20 pounds. I think it's possible.
But if he's officially done with UFC, then I don't see a problem with it.
Yes, I agree. I think,
but at the same time, I don't think
he
has to put on 20 pounds.
I do. I think 100% he has to. Let me see what the. Oh no, Usos are 6'2", 6'3". I was trying to think of dudes who don't look just fucking cut. And they're all around that 6 foot range. Because he's 5'9", he's going to look a lot smaller. He's going to have to look stronger, I think, to play through with WWE like a Balor.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Balor's cut as hell. So when Balor's in the ring with a Bray Wyatt, you go, I don't know, he looks like a badass. When Balor was in the ring with Brock Lesnar, we're like, I don't fucking know about this. But as they started getting going, you're like, he's fucking jacked. They're both jacked. This might happen. You know what I mean?
But it's not so much that they're jacked. It's the ring
story.
What word am I looking for? Not philosophy.
Psychology.
Psychology. There you go. Different subject.
Yeah.
Ring psychology.
Yeah.
You know, it can happen. How tall is Ray, by the way? Is he 5'6"?
Rey Mysterio? Rey Mysterio is a tiny man. Let's see. I have a picture.
He's shorter than me.
I know. He's shorter than both of us. I'm looking at a picture of both of us, and he's barely over my shoulder, so he's got to be like 5'5", 5'6".
But once again, it's also what they bill you at.
Yeah, he's 5'6", 175.
Micah is in the YouTube chat saying sorry he's late. He was recording with a Brainbuster Boys, and he said that Conor walks around 168 or 170. He's fought welterweight before.
Welterweight.
Yeah. Riddle fought at 185 and walks around much heavier. He said also Tyler Bate, 5'7", 175. Pete Dunne, 5'10", 205.
Mm-hmm. None of them 140. So if he walked around with 175 or 180, I'm saying that we could make it happen, I think. And then I'd buy into all of it. Because then he'd have weight and the history to be able to say, that motherfucker
like I said,
knocks people out.
But you have the history.
Yes.
He's a wiry Irishman. You don't need to be a big guy. You just got to cock back that left hook, and you got him.
I don't know. Sheamus is a big guy.
Can you imagine Sheamus versus Conor as just a program where they're both yelling at each other?
But I didn't say Sheamus at all.
I know, but I'm just saying, just imagine it in general. Sheamus versus Conor. They both got mics. And we're all just sitting there going like, I don't know what's happening, and I can't wait for this fight.
I can't tell if they're saying, let's go get a drink at the bar, or they're going to kill each other.
Yeah.
I would hope that they're friendly, not enemies. Just because I think they could do some great shit talking.
But it's gonna be like Brad Pitt and was that Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels?
Yeah.
The pikey.
Yeah. I mean, because I rewatched even Conor cutting that promo on the ground, and I was telling producer everything he was saying because I could understand most of it. And then it got to a point where he started saying a bunch of stuff, and I was like, I don't got any of that. That's marbles in his mouth. I can't tell you what that was, you know. And then we got back to, I was like, okay, now he's saying this, like. All I'm saying is at 145 and 5'9", he's going to need to put on a little bit of weight, and then I would totally buy him in WWE.
No, 100%. Like I said, I think his fighting weight's 145, right?
Yeah. So he's got to put on some weight.
If he's officially done with UFC, he doesn't need to cut down to 145 anymore.
No. He can put on all the weight
he could put on muscle, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's possible. I think it's doable. I'm just saying he's such a big star. The other guys who are in his weight class right now are not big enough stars for him to be in the ring with. You know what I mean? They're not going to put him in there with Drake Maverick. Wouldn't make any sense. You know what I mean? His star power is so big, he's got to be up there with the guys like Roman, with the guys like Brock, Otis.
But the thing is that they don't have weight classes in WWE.
They don't have weight classes, but our minds do.
Yeah, but how many times have we seen Adam Cole versus somebody? And
we don't buy into it.
I was gonna say, I don't say I believe into it, but he puts on good matches, and there's a bunch of people that buy into it.
Mika's in the chat saying, would Conor be a heel? I hate to say this, but AEW is littered with guys that look 5'9" and 180, and we were talking about that.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I think AEW might be a better fit for Conor unless he puts on weight, just from a just looking at it standpoint. Plus, how dope would it be to see Conor McGregor in AEW not taking any L's from anyone?
But that's the problem, is that you put Conor McGregor in, a weight class in wrestling, like AEW, and
it's true.
You have Darby Allin versus Conor McGregor. Like, no one's gonna believe that Darby Allin has a fucking chance.
I know. Then what is he at? Because he looks small. Dude's 145. Has been his whole life. Born that way. Lady Gaga style. He was born that way, baby.
That's just on TV. It's like when we saw Braun Strowman and we didn't realize like how big he was. You just stare up.
Yeah.
You're like,
It's like,
oh,
Jesus.
okay. It's much different in real life.
But even when he was in there with Poirier, I couldn't believe they were both the same weight class. Looking at him, I was like, Conor looks small, man. He looks gangly. You know? And it's part of his build. I'm just saying he's got to put on weight for me to buy in. I want to see him in WWE because I think that his star power is that big. He's got to be. I think it'd be awesome. But he's a foot shorter than most of the guys who are on that level of his star power. I'm saying that's a good problem to have. His star power is so big that I think his persona needs to be able to match his body if he's in the ring in WWE with other people whose personas maybe even struggle that way, but their whole top class is twice his size. To me, it's going to be a difficult argument from somebody who's not in-ring trained. Watching Rey Mysterio against Batista was after we saw Rey Mysterio for 15 years be an incredible wrestler. It wasn't his first shot in there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Trying to fight you. You said, put me on the show right now to talk some sense into you, Mr. Marsh.
Send him the Zoom link. Fuck him up right now.
Are you serious? Are you really? Don't test us, dude. We've done this before.
I've done it before. Ask Grim Reaper how he got on the show.
But you know, I like, don't get me wrong, I know where Marsh is coming from. Because, you know, it's gonna look like an 8th grader fighting a 2nd grader. You know, when you have the physical just appearance of it.
Yes.
But like I said, when you see, you know, Seth Rollins versus, you know, Conor McGregor,
go ahead.
We know Conor McGregor's history.
Yeah.
And excuse me, he can knock people out.
Yes. He's knocked 9 people out.
Yeah.
How many matches of Rey Mysterio did we see before? All I'm saying is, like, I get it. There's such a legitimacy there, and that's something that Brock Lesnar also brought when he left and came back and said, I won a couple times. But what do we say when CM Punk lost twice? It's going to be real fucking tough for him to come back and be like,
Once. He lost once. Pull your shit.
You fucking lost twice and you know it.
No, once. It got overturned once. Doesn't count.
Got overturned because the dude was stoned. He couldn't beat someone who was stoned. No, he's got to send you his email if he wants us to pop him on the show. We got Micah in here right now.
I'm just kidding.
I know.
CM Punk looked terrible in UFC.
And when you, like, here's the funny bit too. So I get it. Weed stays in your system for 30 days. So there's a very good chance the guy who was in the fight was not stoned at all. But he did test positive for marijuana that night, and they did overturn that loss and say, okay, he's 0-1 now. But imagine for a second that the guy actually was high, and think about that fight and how tough that fight was for Punk. Like, the dude's like, imagine if... Yeah.
I could see Dana White going to Joe Rogan and be like, yo, we need to get CM Punk a W. And Joe Rogan's like, I got this.
Yeah.
Here, bro, Jason.
Hit row. I'm kidding.
But anyways.
Okay. Should we get to wrestling?
Last call.
I was waiting for Micah because I don't know.
He's got it right here. I'll send it to you.
I thought this was Octagon on the Rocks.
Do you have your Twitter open, producer?
I can.
You typically do, so there you go. We're gonna wait on going on about SmackDown right now. Mike is gonna come in from specifically Devoid because he's got some heated things to say about the idea of Conor and WWE. But I want you to know this as he's getting ready to come through here. He's a huge AEW fan, so this dude buys into Marco's stunt.
Dude, can you imagine Marco Stunt versus Conor McGregor?
Dude, Marco Stunt gave Lance Archer a run for his money.
5'7", 5'8"?
Not even. Dude, I met Marco Stunt, and at the time I met him, I text producer because she was back in the hotel doing her homework for school, and I went to go to this karaoke thing, and I was like, it's crazy cool. There's this kid all done up in AEW merch, but I can't see him with any of his parents. I don't know why he's just here loose. I was like, I hope he doesn't grab a beer or something.
It was the
It
Make-A-Wish.
turned out just about, and it turned out it was fucking Marco Stunt.
Sure was.
Because I ended up seeing there was the night before Double or Nothing, and I even said, I was like, the thing is the kid's really good at singing. When we were watching Double or Nothing, he came out during that battle royal, and I was all like, yo, that's that kid.
This kid's got some pipes, baby.
Yeah, that kid's a good singer. He's got to be 5'2", tops 5'2".
I hope I see him on America's Got Talent.
He's a really good singer. Matter of fact, I'm shocked that they haven't utilized that somewhere.
Dude, it's because Marco Stunt's going to be on Masked Singer.
He should be a Masked Singer. That would actually be great. He'd be the ant.
All right, I'll let you guys know when Micah drops in.
Yo, I pulled it up. Marco Stunt. Marco Stunt is 5'2", 117.
Oh, whoa. Oh my God, I could kick his
But
ass.
Yes, you could.
Well,
yeah,
it's given.
Yeah.
But according to your stats, McGregor still weighs less than him.
Yeah, McGregor's a $105. McGregor is the same weight as Freedom costs. Conor McGregor is currently billed at 155. You're gonna fucking throw a fit about 10 pounds? He's currently billed on Wikipedia as 155.
What did UFC bill him at?
I'm gonna look right now, see what he was billed at for that fight.
I mean,
If you can call it a fight. It was lightweight. Everybody faced us the third time. Lost after breaking his tibia. That sounds... Tibia...
I know where this is going. No one wants to hear it.
I've always had a tough time finding the tibia. That's all I'm saying.
But Mika, I sent the link in the email.
Let's see. Lightweight main event. I'm looking to see right now what they have the weigh-in.
Yeah, dude, you got to scroll down and where it says join the meeting.
It's a join. Man, I want to find the weigh-in.
Hey.
Oh, here it is. Official weigh-in for the trilogy. Oh, I don't want to get that old copyright thing. We're doing good on that one. They both weighed in at 156. 156? You're going to fucking yell at the 145? He's still 15 pounds lighter than the lightest person I said outside of Marco Stunt. I do like that when Conor comes out for the weigh-ins, he sucks in his gut as much as he can. You can tell it. He's like, because he's trying to look even smaller.
He flexes. He's not sucking in his gut. We suck in our gut. He flexes.
Yeah. Did you send it to the one I sent?
I did.
With the one at Gmail? Because you just sent it again.
So you know when McGregor comes back, or if he comes to WWE, that's when Raw Underground comes back.
I'll send it to you on Twitter so you can...
Oh, yeah, you can send him the link, right? Yeah, just hit him with the link on Twitter.
Can't you just send him the meeting ID and the passcode? Like to DMs?
Yeah. There he goes. Just sent the link. Well, you sent it to me.
Well, I don't know his thing.
Oh, my God.
What's his thing?
He's specifically Devoid.
Oh, that's...
Friend of the show. Friend of the show.
Who messaged him? No one messages me, so...
Here we go. There we go. I just sent it. We'll see what happens. Good luck. If the dude wants to come get beat up, I'll beat him up right now. This dude loves AEW. He's like, Young Bucks are good.
This is covered
Okay, I'll move the
Did you-
mic. That you're
Did you
properly
send him
mic'd.
Did you send him the Zoom link? Or did
I
you
see
send
how
him
it
your home
is.
address?
You want to deform my face so I can't even be seen or heard.
Here we go.
I
Now
get
you're
it.
properly, but you're both properly mic'd in the middle. Kev, meet
You-
Micah
you
from
just look-
specifically Devoid.
What's
or
up,
sporadically
Micah? How you
devoid.
doing?
Depends how you fuck it up. I'm great, Kevlar. How are you?
I'm good. What's in your glass, bro?
What's in my glass? Well, I have a wrapper of gummy worms that I already ate because I recorded with a Brainbuster voice, and I didn't think I was gonna be on screen again. But in my car, I got some Bacardi nips that I could go grab.
Bacardi nibs. One great. Those gummy worms.
Yeah.
What chemical is in those?
I believe a red dye, blue dye 7.
Okay. I
Did
had a
you
feeling
soak
he was
them in
about to be like,
vodka?
yeah, how much Delta is in that gummy?
How much Delta? I actually don't fly Delta. I fly JetBlue exclusively. But I came on this fine program live stream to talk about the fine art of weight cutting. Which if you Google, anybody Googling, type in Conor McGregor 145 space 155 space 170, you'll see him fighting at the 3 weight classes that he has fought in Ultimate Fighting Championship, where you can see that his body is severely dehydrated in lower weight classes. So so saying that he is 145 just discredits him as like somebody who walks around at 170.
You do realize
And-
170 is still less than 205, right?
Right. But
Which is the
Adam
cruiserweight
Cole-
class?
Right. I'm pretty sure Matt. I mean, but who cares? I mean, I'm taller than Marco Stunt. I'm taller than Marco Stunt. That doesn't mean anything. Marco Stunt's way more athletic than I am.
I
it's hard-
disagree.
No, I
don't think you've ever seen me do any sports in my life.
And that's like, but I have seen Marco Stunt live, and I feel confident you could beat him up in a fight.
I could beat him up in a fight.
I think I am too, because I did do. I know boxing and stuff, and I did high school wrestling.
Dude,
But-
you would destroy Marco Stunt, man.
I feel
would
like I
love
could
that.
just push him hard and he would just cave in.
Well, I mean, I'm not here to talk about AEW. That's the Thursday show that won't happen.
Okay, so I am looking at someone who posted the difference between 145 and 170 with Conor, and there is a significant difference. Although even at 170, he looks relatively small. I'm saying,
But he's 5'9". Like, what do you want him to do? I think if he was 30 pounds heavier, do you know how like wide his hips would be? Like, do you know how disproportionate he would be at like say 200 pounds? That's
Have
like
you seen?
insane.
Have you seen old pictures of Hammerstone? Because Hammerstone is like dramatically different from when he was like 19, and
but he's been.
I mean, I know
been
he's
going hard with it for a decade.
I know he's like a professional bodybuilder, but I do think stuff like that's possible.
I do, but what I want to say to Micah, Eddie Guerrero was 5'8" and 220. I'm not saying he needs to be as big as Eddie Guerrero, but it took Eddie Guerrero getting to 220 to win the World Heavyweight Championship.
But Eddie Guerrero but Conor McGregor is a competitive athlete fighting at a specific weight class. Like Conor McGregor if Conor McGregor wanted to be 200 pounds, I bet he could easily be 200 pounds. That dude must work out at least once a week. Minimum.
And he needs to.
Gets
He
you
needs to,
200
because
pounds
the
like
thing that Conor doesn't have is 10 years in WCW of us watching him saying, look at how good this dude is. I wish he would get a chance.
Right,
He's
but I don't
only
think
gonna have.
But I don't think it delegitimized Ronda Rousey not being fucking 200 pounds.
She
was
beat
believable.
Alexa Bliss for the title. She's 5 foot 115.
It's what the show booked her to do. Don't say that she.
But
beat
she
everybody.
still lifted like what Triple H, like she was pretty.
I
she was
could lift
pretty
Triple
insane.
H. I used to pick up football players when I was 16 years old who were like 245, and I was.
Okay, we aren't
and I
talking about
was
your
Marco
dating
Stunt.
habits.
Okay.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I,
It was wording. I was just joking. It was wording. It was a
alright,
joke.
So-
I used to.
So real quick,
Uh-huh.
I just pulled out my Googler.
Cool.
And
Dude, he whips out his Googler from time to time. You got to be careful.
I did. The lightest WWE heavyweight champion was Rey Mysterio at 175.
Right. Conor McGregor could easily make 175 if he ate a turkey dinner. I don't
He
think
needs to do that because he
But I
just
don't-
fought right now, broke his own leg at 156.
But Tyler Bate lifted up Walter and is billed at 175. And he's 5'7".
He's stocky as fuck. He's like Taz.
What are you talking? Yeah, but Conor McGregor has muscles for days. And all those
Have you
tattoos
seen
don't
Tyler
lie.
Bates' legs?
Yeah.
I'm not in person, no.
Well, that's impressive feat. I'll be honest. That guy's got thighs. You're talking about turkey dinner.
I mean, yeah, but Conor's built differently. Like literally. Like he has fast twitch muscles, which allows him to get those fast knockouts.
Yes.
That's science for you. But
Come
Don't,
on.
What happened?
don't
He's-
mind the squeaking chair.
He's
The Marsh
ruining.
fart again.
Yes, he can't stop. He's ruining
It's the-
furniture.
Can't stop, won't stop. No. Here's my
It's
issue with
that,
Connor's.
it's that soda you're drinking.
It's
But
the
like
soda.
I
It's
said that
healthy.
he would work in AEW because I'm pretty sure both the Young Bucks together are 175.
100%. At a combined weight, they're 220.
At a combined weight, exactly. And that's like
Yeah.
when Matt is like not talking. When like Matt is talking, like they're 225 easily because that's 5
Easily.
pounds of people right there.
I know you're
5
a
pounds of
big
BS.
AEW fan, but the Young Bucks to me look like anorexic cheerleaders.
We talked about the Young Bucks on a show that won't come out for weeks, and we talked about the Young Bucks. But I think him and WWE would work because not the Floyd Mayweather thing, but I mean, he's a competitive athlete. Like I feel like Joey Chestnut on WWE programming would be super interesting. There's no way that guy could ever like lift Brock Lesnar, but I could believe that Conor McGregor could lift Brock Lesnar.
But can you imagine a Joey Chestnut versus Otis eating contest? That'd be amazing.
I would kill to get to the front row of that.
Just
I'd
to
bring
get
a
the
sickle
splatter
and
of the
everything.
potatoes.
I would kill. Okay,
Yeah.
You're not saying that wouldn't be entertaining. I think that you're missing the E in WWE, which is entertainment. Conor McGregor, probably one of the most entertaining
Excuse me.
people to ever live.
Yes, but my problem is that, and not that I have a problem with him going to WWE. I think he needs to be in WWE. My issue is with his weight because his weight has him looking small with such a huge personality and being such a big draw that the only people who have a star power there, even close to him, are giants. Literal giants.
But
You're not going
I
to put him
think
in there with Miz. You're not going to put him in there with fucking Bad Bunny.
how
The
tall
dude's gonna
is
have to
Shawn
be in there with
Michaels?
some-
6'2"?
Shawn Michaels is a big guy.
6'2". I want to say 6'2". I feel like that's much taller than I am, but I would say that that's pretty small in general.
He
But
came off
see-
as a small guy. That's kind of the point.
But I think that if you
He's 6'1", which is
6'1",
still-
even smaller, significantly
That's
smaller.
4 inches. That's 4
But
inches
see-
he's got on Connor. Go ahead,
But
Kev.
see,
And 4
here's
inches
my
is a
thing.
lot to people. Okay, like I'm just.
But hey,
In my experience,
but
pretty good.
4 inches is too much. I hear.
Also
but
build at
anyway.
225.
but
6'1",
You can build Conor
225.
McGregor at whatever you want. You can build Conor McGregor at 3,000 pounds. It's believability.
Go ahead,
But
Kev.
But exactly, and that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Is this is the problem? Is it's what they're billed at, because WWE, AEW, wrestling in general fibs numbers. No,
There's
this
no way
dude's
Marco Stunt is
6'5".
117. I believe Marco Stunt is 97 pounds without.
Well, exactly, because they want
Yeah,
you
he's
to,
the Lena
they
size
fib
for
the numbers
sure.
because you want the believability. You know, there's
They
I
built
can't think of
Adam
somebody
Cole at
off the-
6 feet, and I've seen him short, like significantly shorter. And
well,
like most-
exactly.
like you can lie. It's called lying. It's deception.
Yeah.
Have you ever lied before?
It's called
pretty easy to
entertainment.
do. Exactly.
I do it
It's
all
a
the
sleight of
time.
hand.
Ask
They're
my
like
girlfriends.
magicians, where they just sit there and be like,
This
"This
isn't a
dude's
dewdrop
6'8".
situation.
No,
You can be wrong.
He's 6'2".
It's cool.
So he doesn't need to put on 20 or 30
He doesn't
pounds.
need to put on
he
any
needs
weight.
to.
He's Conor freaking
Yes, he-
McGregor. The name alone. He could fight in the
It's
women's
not-
division. That would be the most entertaining thing Raw will put out.
Because that went great for Ellsworth. When Mayweather fought Big Show. When Mayweather fought Big Show, did you buy into that? Were you super entertained by that?
If you look on specifically devoid.com/articles, you will find that my number one WrestleMania of all time is indeed WrestleMania 24 in part due to that match. That is the greatest celebrity match of all time. Thank you for that plug. I didn't even need that.
Yeah, did you know he was going to say that?
No, I didn't know he had that terrible of taste.
He just said, "Hey, everybody, look at here."
Come on.
How could I have guessed you would have such terrible taste? I wouldn't have known that off the top of my head.
Different taste.
This dude isn't from Terrible Wrestling Takes Podcasts. He's from specifically Devoid.
Sporadically.
I would expect that kind of garbage from Bishop.
Hey.
I put WrestleMania 7. I put a WrestleMania 17 number 3 just to get some eyes.
Yeah. Like, I didn't believe in it, but I thought a few people would click.
I think I don't even know what number 2 is because I was just like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Everyone's wondering what number 1 is. No, but yeah, if you want to hear more terrible takes, listen to Wrestling on the Rocks. Oh! Anyways.
So you thought Mayweather Big Show went well?
I thought it went well. He won. It was like a no disqualification match. He won with a chain punch.
That did not sound exciting.
Who?
And I'm saying this as someone that hasn't seen it.
I'll put it on tonight.
Okay, you're telling me, hey, professional boxer.
I smell watch along.
But this is this isn't currently sitting at the desk 7-foot Paul White. This is like 6'11", 500 pounds Paul White who just came back, then known as the Big.
And he got punched out by a dude who's 5'1". He got punched out by Marco Stunt, dude.
Dude, are you freaking kidding me? This dude beat Canelo Alvarez, who is the best boxer alive right now. Like, Floyd Mayweather is legitimate. You know who?
You gotta recognize greatness.
Conor McGregor.
Alvarez is better than Mayweather?
Canelo Alvarez is the greatest active boxer alive at the moment.
So he's better than Mayweather?
Mayweather is retired. He does exhibition fights. You're not going to get me. I watch combat sports too much. You're not going to get me.
If it weren't for that retirement.
Exhibition is not legitimate.
Who would you put in a program with Conor McGregor?
Who would I put? Becky Lynch. I'd put him in a tag team with Becky Lynch. I'd have him do a mixed match challenge against a Miz and whoever the fuck they want to put with him.
Please not Miz.
Why would you put the fucking Miz in there?
I used to
because
really
the Miz
like
is a safe person. I like the Bad Bunny match.
You know he's broken right now, right?
And doesn't he deserve it? Isn't that what everybody was saying like 6 months ago? The Miz deserves it. I think the Miz deserves it. I think if the Miz deserves a WWE Championship match, he should deserve everything now. He deserves fighting whoever's the champion.
He's already
fighting Bobby Lashley.
He's already got his brand outside of wrestling, which is awesome.
The Miz is the participation award of the WWE. But
exactly. But who are you going to put?
The reason why you put those four together so we can see Becky Lynch kick the shit out of Maurice.
Exactly.
Now that's entertaining.
I didn't even think about Maurice because I was thinking about like the mismatch challenge where they just like put people together. But like,
you know what I would do? If that's where you're gonna go, I'd have Becky and Connor against Seth and Bailey.
Yes. That's it. That's the one.
See, it's funny because even in kayfabe they're married, so like it'd be a little tension.
Yes.
I put him against.
But
Triple
she's a
H
baby
and
face and he's the heel.
I put him against
so
Triple H and Stephanie. WrestleMania 38 in L.A. That's in L.A., right?
You think Conor McGregor stepping up to Triple H isn't going to look a little bit silly?
No, but I
No,
but I think Triple H. I think the NWO running out to save Sting at WrestleMania 31 was silly. But you know, whatever. If they do a believable enough storyline, Ronda Rousey slammed Triple H through a table.
Because she's legit and weighed more than fucking Conor does.
No way. Ronda Rousey fought at 135. Are you kidding me?
Or we have a comeback kid. We have a 1, 2, 3 kid.
What, X-Pac?
Look at that. Look. No, his name is Sean. Saying. Work for him?
You put X-Pac in a match against Conor McGregor? Well, I mean...
Oh yeah, isn't that like the most famous squash match of all time? Your guy against Scott Hall? Like that's like the most.
But he
famous
caught a roll
one.
up on a guy who was better at him at wrestling. But
Ooh, I
X-Pac
don't
does
know about
have a
that.
bunch of martial arts in his repertoire, all the kicks and stuff.
Guess what Conor McGregor is professionally? He's not a whiskey salesman anymore because he sold that business. He's a mixed martial artist. Fun
It's
fact.
because he got sued out of that business after punching that old man in the pub.
Tired head held high.
Sponsored by
Anyways,
Proper number
he's in a-
12.
Anyways,
But
We do have
But
Splinter
no,
Fox
no,
in the
no,
chat
if-
saying he'd put Matt Riddle versus McGregor or Bobby versus McGregor MMA people. Ding dong hello. He goes, I miss Bailey already.
okay, I
Feels
wouldn't
bad,
put
man.
Bobby against them just because Bobby Lashley makes Kofi Kingston, who is like legitimately big, he makes him look small. Like I'll give him that. Like Bobby Lashley makes like big men look small.
He makes Xavier Woods looks tiny, and you might think that Xavier Woods isn't very tall. He's not tall, but he's big. When
He's
I
a
met
wide.
him, one of the first things I said when I walked away, I was like, that dude's arms are bigger than my fucking chest. He's huge. Woods is huge. He's just deceptive in his build.
but
I would love to see Conor
But-
versus Bobby as long as Bobby fucking spears him right away. Give him the old RKO Brock Lesnar treatment.
Okay, but wouldn't you think that a Conor McGregor program would at least be better than a Cain Velasquez promo or Cain Velasquez program?
I have no problem with Cain Velasquez.
But that, I mean, I did.
You know what I said when he came out? I wish that guy trimmed up some. I wish he put on a little bit of weight. That's Cain fucking Velasquez. He's a heavyweight. But I thought he looked a little bit dumpy.
Brock Lesnar legitimately, I don't think that he did.
Oh, that might be good. Splinter Fox says Ciampa versus McGregor. I could buy into Ciampa. But the thing is, Ciampa's not a big enough star. Sorry. Conor McGregor's going to
I
have
would
to
see
be the main
Randy
star.
Orton versus Conor McGregor. Because you need a talker. That's the thing against Conor is that you need somebody who can talk. That's why I put him with Becky because she can at least co-talk with him. Because Conor
But
McGregor
you
is
go-
like the greatest shit talker alive.
But if you go opposite of Splinter and go McGregor and
Gargano.
the hell's it? The Cleveland dude. What the hell's his name?
Gargano.
The Miz,
Gargano.
Gargano.
Oh.
Yeah.
not the Miz.
Not the Miz.
At least in
Yeah,
the same
different
weight class
Cleveland.
at that point.
But that would be interesting. But anyways, going back real quick to the Mixed Match Challenge about WrestleMania next year in Hollywood, I think Steph and Triple H versus Becky and Seth.
Seth, Triple H. Wait,
I
Seth,
think it's
Triple
more
H,
entertaining
Seth?
than Becky and Connor.
Wait, hold on. Say it again. I got my names mixed up. I only can think of 3 names you just said.
Steph and Triple H versus Becky and Seth.
Triple H and Stephanie and Triple H or Steph.
Yeah,
Triple
the
H,
married
Stephanie.
couples against each other. Family Feud style.
Yeah, but
Not
Seth
leave-
and Becky didn't work well the first time.
Yeah, it went
I don't know,
terribly
that
wrong.
Lacey Evans sure did make me.
Yeah, but then they
wanna
got
watch
married.
Stomping Grounds,
They weren't married at the time. That's true. Their chemistry could be much different now.
and they have a kid. So
And I was
Really?
saying that I want Becky to come out and embrace the vision. I want her to come out in a fucking suit that's all stupid like his, hair slicked back, and being like, I've come to see the light, and get
Okay.
booed because she's huge.
picture this. Conor McGregor, Shane McMahon. I would say that Shane McMahon has legitimate MMA background. Shane McMahon is like
It's not
215.
legitimate, but he
He-
tries to.
I have
It tries to
seen
be
him
legitimate.
punch a punching bag, and I have seen him attempt to do a triangle choke. It would at least be interesting.
I'll meet you in the middle and
Yeah.
say he has legitimate MMA training, but it doesn't give you the same background. There's a difference.
He has a
but-
background. He has a background in filming stuff at an MMA gym.
Yes. It's fantastic.
Okay.
So I mean, I could buy into that. I think Shane and Connor.
Splinter Fox, Adam Cole versus McGregor. I would love to see so McGregor can knock the shit out of Adam Cole.
Can you imagine too if Adam Cole and McGregor just gets frustrated and just like literally just punches Adam Cole bloody?
Yeah.
I would fucking love it if he just got
Why you want
frustrated.
so
and
much
just-
I
hate
could-
on Adam Cole?
I could just see McGregor doing some ground and pound and Charles Robinson's like jaws just dropped. Like, stop! You're killing us.
Yeah. Like he doesn't even scream stop. He just goes, I don't think you should keep doing that. And Spinner Fox says, have you seen Becky now? She is ripped as fuck. Sheamus versus McGregor. Yeah, we talked about that too. I just would like the promos between Sheamus and McGregor. Becky, there's a picture dropped to her, and she's looking jacked, dude. She's looking more jacked than she looked when she was in NXT. If you look at old pictures of NXT, she's like super cut. She's looking bigger than that. So,
Can you look up how much Reginald is? Just curious. Would Conor versus Reginald even be? Because he does Cirque du Soleil, so at least it's like something different.
So you want to book Conor like a woman?
No. What do you? Isn't Reginald a dude?
I was just about to say that. Wrong gender, my friend.
Who is Reginald wrestled who wasn't a woman?
That's besides the point.
Himself.
No, that is the point.
That is the point. That's how you're trying to book him.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I mean, I like the Cirque du Soleil stuff he was doing at first, but then it got to be much. And
I want to see Reginald versus Ricochet.
There's a perfect person. Ricochet versus Conor McGregor. Think of all those flipping. Mansoor versus Conor McGregor in Saudi Arabia. That would pack the place out.
Saudi Arabia. Okay, so this isn't great. The only thing I can find on him is his height, between 5'8" and 6 foot. Okay. So
that's billing for you.
That's how you bill.
Yeah.
It could be anywhere between that area.
It depends who he's facing.
yeah, it depends on the show.
Yeah.
I mean, this website fucking books like Price is Right. It's like the lowest number without going over. So I don't have a
215, Bob.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, he's not 5 feet of fury. He doesn't say it in his bio. A lot of those will tell him how short they are. But he more or less... Oh, I wonder if his WWE bio will say it. Does not. Not at all. Wine steward, acrobat, trouble. The unscrupulous Reginald first emerged... Yeah, I'm not reading this whole thing. He is unscrupulous. I've always said that.
Who hasn't?
Yeah. Who is not referred to him as unscrupulous? All right. Well, I am saying, for me to buy into someone of his caliber, they're going to have to be real picky about how they book that. You're not just going to pair him up with Damian Priest and go in there against a Chad Gable and just be like, there it is. That's Conor McGregor. He's too big a star, and I think it's going to be a hindrance because he's never wrestled.
Splinter said AJ.
Yeah, you were saying AJ McGregor, Gable, Finn, Strong, Joe, Shelton. Why you got him booked in NXT, dude? He's too big for NXT. He needs to wrestle actual stars on TV shows that people actually watch.
But real quick, if they put Conor McGregor in NXT, woo!
Oh yeah.
The AEW.
Can you imagine McGregor going up against Joe?
It'd be so good.
The shit talking would be amazing.
Dude, no one talks better than Joe ever. And he's even better when he's not even talking. It's crazy. All right. We got to get through our results. We're going to run through some SmackDown and some Raw. Did you watch everything, Micah?
I surprisingly I did.
All right, then we'll let you stay.
Oh, nice.
He's like, I'm not asking.
No.
So here's the thing. Can I just say my spiel?
Yeah.
So what happens on Monday night is that I usually work Monday nights. So when I do this fairly recently. I've done this, but I usually call Derek at 10:05, and then I say what's happening on Raw, and he'll break down what he has seen.
Yeah.
And most of my Raw knowledge is based off of Derek and the clips I watch.
That's best. That's going to be best. I'll tell you, last night when we were watching Raw, producer fell asleep through the whole thing, and then afterwards she goes, so what happened on Raw? Like, you're asking me to break down a show you didn't watch because you slept through it?
I watched the beginning, and it was a very long day.
Yeah, and then she goes, well, what were like some of the highlights? I was like, tell you what, tune in tomorrow night on Wrestling on the Rocks. I'll break down the whole thing.
Yeah, he actually
good-
said that. Yeah.
That is pretty good promotion for a show that she's already on.
That's what I'm saying.
Did you send her the Twitch link?
Join the chat.
You know,
Jump
I
on
can
in.
I can end the show right now. I have the power to do that.
Imagine if there
Derail
was
the
a
show.
for the show and she was just in the chat.
Yeah. She's like producing it, but still in the chat. Hey guys, first time, long time.
See, this is.
Let's
what I
get
have
through
to
some
deal
of it.
with.
Splinter Fox is fantasy booking the shit out of McGregor. He goes, only said there was 3 NXT. Relax. That's fine.
Whoa, calm down, Splinter.
He goes, The Rock versus McGregor, Cena versus McGregor. Dude, they're the wrong weight. That's what I'm saying. I want McGregor to put on some weight. I want
Imagine
McGregor
if
plus 30
McGregor's the star
pounds.
of 205 Live, though.
Oh, that'd be so good. Imagine him against Escobar.
All right.
Escobar would do one flip, and then McGregor's leg would just crack in half.
Whoa, he broke his ankle.
It's
Show some
messed up.
respect.
It was above his ankle, like 2 inches above it. It was his tibia, they say, which I believe is next to the cervix. No? Okay.
I can't
Stop
tell you
it.
where that is. Public education is good for you.
See, Marsh, that's the problem. That's why producer lady's so angry.
Again, I could end the show.
All right. Everybody calm down. Everybody needs to relax. Splinter Fox says Sami Zayn or Kevin Owens. Yeah, if Conor trains to be a wrestler, which he has not, so we'll see. Guys, let's talk SmackDown. Let's get into it. We're going to break it down. We're just going to talk highlights. I'm not going to break down every fucking segment, but some of the highlights here. Jimmy Uso comes out. He opens the show with Paul Heyman saying, I need to talk to Roman. They say some stuff. Paul Heyman's all like, nah. Roman comes out, cuts a promo as he's talking about, things and Edge. Jimmy comes out and says, I was handling Edge. Where the fuck was you? And he said, I was doing the thing you couldn't do. Boom, Uso music hits again. And now you got Jay come out. This promo that Jay cut. There's I've been saying it over and over again. I don't know if I would buy that anyone is scripting the Usos at this point. The way he was saying, let's get back to what we do. He goes, you're going through these tough times. Let's be back to being the Usos and get to work. And watching Jimmy's chin quiver as he's trying to stay tough and keep his chin stiff. Man, I love this opening segment. The Bloodline getting back together. Jay bringing reality into it. This is not without controversy, though. As we talked about last time, Jimmy's fresh off of DUI that was significant. And he's back on TV already. And there are people talking about, is this what he needs? Is this what he deserves? I'll say that I don't know the right answer to that, first and foremost. Sometimes being around family is the best thing you can possibly do. Sometimes the people you work with feel like family. So I'll just say I don't know, and it feels complicated. However, I loved this segment. I loved this promo. I loved everyone involved in this. It gave me chills to hear it all. I'm going to start with Kev. Kev, what do you think about this? And do you think Jimmy Uso being back on TV is too soon?
I thought it was a big surprise. When Jay came out, I thought it was like, I get out of here. I got this from now on, and then we won't see him for a while. Mm-hmm. Everything else that happened after that was great. But like I said, it was just, it caught me off guard because I didn't think we would see him, but we saw him. It was good. Once again, like we said last week, I just hope he's getting the help and he moves on from it. If it's this immediate, great. If it's not, then there might be some problems.
Yeah. Micah? Sporadically Micah? What do you think about all this segment? And do you think it's too soon for Jimmy to be back?
Not gonna lie, it made me a little uncomfortable. Just because it was so soon. Like I'm pretty sure same week. Like same work week.
Mm-hmm.
felt like a dirty little secret. Like maybe casual people who don't look at the internet like have no idea what's going on.
True.
So like it felt like to us people who are on Twitter and who, if you choose to read dirt sheets, that's cool.
Us young folk, I like to say.
Yeah. It felt like the thing is that they made a reference to it without making it a big deal. Because if you remember in 2016 when Roman got suspended, like that was like part of the Shield triple threat angle.
Yes.
And like they made a bigger deal out of it. And I think that WWE is doing a good thing by just like kind of, they're definitely not talking about it, but Jimmy Uso isn't the focal point of the head of the table thing. And I feel like if they did mention it, it would feel out of place in storyline. So
and on this... Go ahead.
Oh, and so do it and just kind of briefly mentioned it. They're like acknowledging like we know, but like he's safe here because he's with his actual family, and then he's with his like work family. Because Paul Heyman also has known the Anunnaki family for like years.
Yeah, he's known them since he was a baby. Go ahead.
Exactly. So.
Well, see, and that's the thing that scares me is you bring him back during all of this, and now they're actually going to be on the road next week.
Yeah.
You know, I thought this was going to, or, you know, not even next week. It's on Friday. You know, I thought this was going to lead into he's not going to, you know, travel, whatever angle they wanted to spin it on. And for them to actually be on the road, it's like, wait a second, like, that's to me asking for trouble again.
Maybe. I mean, maybe being home has been a larger stress than you would imagine it would be. I don't know. Spinner Fox in the chat, he says, I bet Roman stepped in and said, hey, let Uso travel with me. Let me watch him. I bet Roman has a bus when live crowds come back. I think it's possible. I think it's speculation. I don't know. I can't tell you yes or no, but it wouldn't surprise me. I know that when Jim the Anvil Neidhart was going through issues here and there, that there were definitely times that Bret Hart was traveling with Neidhart, and there was actually a time once they both retired where Bret was bringing Neidhart to signings just to be with him and keep an eye on him to help him get through some of those troubling times as well. So I do know that family's family, and hey, maybe they will listen to each other. So it's hard to say anything outside of speculation on that, but I agree with what Micah's saying. Go ahead, Micah.
I was gonna say it's a famous quote of the show. I don't own a wrestling company, so I don't know what I would do under this circumstance. Like this is a very complicated circumstance. It's not like he hasn't been on TV. Like this is this is the biggest story that WWE has going as they're about to enter a pay-per-view, as they're about to re-enter into society out of the Thunderdome. And I think it's really hard for that story to continue without Jimmy Uso. But I don't think that him being the focal point, I think that's a better thing, because it's not like how it was last summer where Jay was a focal point. Like Jimmy is now a tertiary character in this Roman saga, where he doesn't,
especially the way they clumped it, the way that they combined them right here.
He doesn't need to be on TV every week. Like maybe he doesn't go on the road next week, and Roman's just like, I got this. Like I don't think that. I think that's a great thing, is that you can have weeks where these characters aren't there, and it makes sense as long as you tell the story accordingly.
Yeah.
Yes, but my thing is they're back on the road, and he got a DUI.
Yeah. But we also
take his keys.
Well, we also don't know if the company made him sign anything, if there's a new requirement, for such and such violations in a certain amount of time. So, I mean, it could be, hey, you're not driving anymore. Hey, you're being escorted by someone.
It could be he can't rent a car anymore with having DUIs in general. They might not even allow, driving might not be a thing anymore. It might be flat out, you can't drive yourself from town to town. You have to be a passenger either in plane, bus, or someone else's car. Or
maybe now you're checking in with a professional You know, there's just a lot of stuff we don't know, probably.
Yeah, but to what Micah was saying, the idea that they acknowledged it, they did a nod at it, and then they kept going was almost to say, we know, and we're not pretending it didn't happen. So it almost gave it the nod of like, we're handling that. So I agree with Micah saying it kind of felt that way.
Well, it's also not out of the ordinary for them to like maybe because they're back on the road, they'll film that show Ride Along where they have cameras in the car. So if they say like if you see footage of you driving, like it's like you're gonna get fined, suspended.
Season 4 Ride Along, all Jimmy Uso. Go ahead, Kev.
I'm just saying. I mean, the fact that oh, go on, Kev.
It's a wild ride. Buckle up. But anyway,
13 episodes, all Jimmy.
Oh, yeah. But I understand what you're saying, and I think, for them to acknowledge it, just like if any of us, got one and had to continue our lives, like we still have to go to work and stuff like that. If the company's stepping up and saying, hey, we realize there's a problem here, but, we're not going to kick the guy to the curb, like this is when he needs us the most. Cool. Let's run with it.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's not so far away that they're starting to build it in storyline like Jeff Hardy. How many shows have they put Jeff Hardy through,
Yeah, and like Micah said, at this point, what they did in this segment, because we easily could have gotten another 2 or 3 months of Jimmy and Roman by themselves and Roman beating up Jimmy to get him in line. But by bringing Jay back now and saying, look, we're together again. This is family again. And the hug, it really solidified the idea that Jimmy's not a main player in this. He is a player in the main story. So he's important in that way. But we're not going to focus and put that stress on him.
Yeah, he's a small cog in the whole clock of the storyline.
I don't know if that's how clocks work or cogs, but I believe you. I've never made
you know what a cog is?
It's a stick. And a wheel.
A cog is not a wheel stick.
It's a wheel stick on wagons.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's how wagons work, with cogs.
God damn it.
Season 1 of Ride Along Underbelly.
Those sodas.
Coming up.
It's got what plants like.
I also think it's really hard for, during this whole past year and a half, I think it's really hard to just say consequences, like to make consequences, because they're going to be like, oh, you're going to have to stay at home for another 3 months on top of the year and a half that you've already stayed home.
It's tough, yeah. It's tough. I don't know. I don't know the right answer to what should happen backstage or not. I felt like you, Micah, at first when I saw him, I was like, oh, he's here right now, huh? It was a little bit uncomfortable, but I was willing to hear it out. And really, it was the Jey Uso that gave me the feelings of, I think it's going to be okay, and I hope to God that it's okay,
Well, you know what it reminded me of too is Riddle with his accusations. And then they're like, all right, hey, he's on TV. We're going to do this. And, they could have just gone through some stuff. Like I didn't read the report of, the DUI and stuff like that. But if he sat there and said, hey, if you blew a point, I don't even know what the legal limit is. Point. Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah,
it was 205 over an 008. 08 is the legal limit. He was at 205.
That's why he's back on WWE TV. He blew a .205.
Yep. Conor would have blown a 145.
Yep. Yeah. With proper number 12.
Proper number 12. Mike is furious.
You're I know the assumption that I've never liked him.
I know you brought it up just now. It was news. I didn't bring it up because I kind of forgot about it, and I'm just going to throw it out there. I don't have a lot to say on it because I didn't really read that in depth about it, and to be honest, most dirt sheets don't know anything either. But TMZ broke the news because that's who the wrestling journalists are anyways. The charges against Matt Riddle were all dropped today. So he's no longer in a court case at all, and I don't know the details of it. And if you want to know the details of it, I encourage you to go to TMZ and see what they have. And the dirt sheets are reporting on whatever TMZ said. So news. That's journalism. Go ahead, Micah.
I talked to Derek about that, and we said that could mean one of three things. Either they settled it out of court.
That would be different. That would be a different headline because that's also public knowledge.
Charges being dropped are different. That's not being settled out of court.
Yeah.
Because if you settle out of court, that's if you're trying to sue somebody for actual criminal things.
Marsh, what did I say? What did I say when I met you? I'm not a lawyer.
You're not a lawyer.
Not a lawyer, but in my law experience, is that she either ran out of money so she couldn't continue the litigation, which I feel is reasonable, or the state dropped it because there wasn't enough evidence.
Which is probably more probable. But the other thing is, if she ran out of money, the state would be involved more so than her trying to, pursue it. No, but I'm just saying.
But that's my legal experience.
I don't know why it was dropped, but the charges were dropped, and I mean, there's any number of reasons why it could be. I'll tell you right now, wrestling journalists don't know, so go to TMZ because that's what they're reading, anyways. The one thing I've learned the most about wrestling journalism, all they do is follow the same Twitter account.
Oh,
all they do is follow the same Twitter accounts I follow, and so I'll make up shit every fucking night and tell you it's journalism, and no one can prove it wrong.
You want to see real journalism? You go to specifically devoid.com/articles, and you can read about top 10 WrestleManias of all time and the 5 best wrestling video games you probably should play. That's some real
Super
journalism.
Nintendo Raw on there?
First of all, how the hell would I do that?
Is NWO WCW Revenge on there for
N64?
I
believe one of the NWO WCW Revenges is on there. I forgot that NWO WCW versus the World existed, so I apologize that that's not on it. Oof. But no, the TNA game is on that.
Okay, but
nice.
The Super Nintendo Raw and Super Nintendo In Your House were both incredible, and WCW versus NWO is timeless.
Right. That's one of the only N64 games I own.
It was one of the only reasons I bought an N64.
Well.
See?
So I own that game, and it's WCW or WWF No Mercy, because it's on the same platform
it's the same game. You own the same game twice.
But
different people.
Different characters. Yes.
That doesn't mean anything.
It means everything. If it didn't mean anything, why would people spend so much for skins on all these games, microtransactions?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about micro.
So, what about WrestleMania, the arcade game? Because that was fucking awesome.
No, because that's an arcade game.
Still a video game. You said video game. You didn't say how.
Is the Day of Reckoning?
We're not off topic. We're on Twitch. This is their topic.
Right? I got the Day of Reckoning games on the GameCube. WWE 12, the TNA game, ECW Hardcore Revolution, and SmackDown vs. Raw 2008. I don't have your childhood favorites. I'm sorry. I'm 23 years old. I'm sorry I'm not.
Oh my God. You don't even know real video games.
What are you talking about? I own WWF Raw for the Xbox, motherfucker. That's a bad
But the Super Nintendo had the best ones.
Okay, we don't have to sound super old.
This piece of shit. Splinter Fox is in the chat. He said, No Mercy, WrestleMania 2000. WrestleMania 2000 was fantastic.
Yes.
Yep. He said WCW versus NWO. See, Splinter Fox on the right track. He's getting some brownie points.
Or Revenge, because revenge is the answer.
Well, you know. And then he goes, SmackDown, Here Comes the Pain. Yeah, he goes, boo this man. Boo this man.
I hate that. Here comes the pain, and all those SmackDown games that are after the third one, I think that's Know Your Role, are so overrated. I'm tired. You watch too many What Culture videos, people who are saying that. You haven't played these games. They're bad games.
But no, you know one of the best recent wrestling games is, I think it was 2K16.
Oh yeah,
when they do like all of the WrestleManias and all of Stone Cold. It was either 2016 and 17. Those two were fucking awesome.
You know,
Yeah.
here's a plug, WWE. I never do that. The PlayStation Plus game of the month is Battlegrounds.
I love Battlegrounds.
Nice.
It's a really fun game. It's not like this intense game for intense gamers who want to fucking figure out every little thing.
I played it
It's
drunk and I got bored, so
It's
It's
like
fun.
WrestleMania, the arcade game. You take it
It
for what
is.
it's worth. Kind
Yeah,
of like
you put it on, you
AEW.
play a few fights, you're good.
whoa.
You have a couple
What are you
rumbles.
talking about?
Oh.
Sorry.
He said,
Sorry, Micah.
He said something about AEW that was negative. I heard it in his voice. I saw it.
Oh, yeah?
I saw it in
Oh,
his eyes.
I can't wait for you to fucking put that AEW game on a top 10 list for it even releases.
I was a beta tester for the bullshit GM mode. I talk shit about AEW. Don't
did
you
you?
worry.
All right.
Okay.
So,
All right,
did we
that's
like
fair.
SmackDown?
I
Is
like
this
that.
what all
Hold on.
this?
Wait, whoa. Everybody calm down
You're
down here. In the chat, because this is Twitch. This is a gaming
Calm
channel.
down.
Splinter Fox says Smackdown 2 with the casket match. He said, he called you Mitch.
Closer than me.
He said, Mitch, look here, Mitch. I played that game. I got it for Christmas. I have it still, fool. You don't know shit. Boo this man. Boo this man.
I looked at him and I said, "Bitch."
Bitch. All right. That was important information. As we continue on, I do want to know, without breaking down the whole thing, what do you guys think right now of Baron Corbin and the depths that he's going through? He lost to Shinsuke here. Shinsuke's in the ladder match. It's going to be nice for King Corbin to be in the Money in the Bank match. But here we are yet again. Baron Corbin loses his car.
Did you see his tweet?
Who is he?
Baron Corbin.
Baron Corbin's tweet about?
He was trying
Excuse
to
me.
he was
Attaboy.
trying to ask people for a cameo because he's so poor.
Yes.
And he was saying he's so poor he can't even afford a raise.
Yes. So his hair's growing out, his beard's growing out. So they released a bunch of cameos for Money in the Bank, and Baron Corbin's one of them. And he's all like, "Guys, I really can't afford much right now. I've lost everything. I'd appreciate if you buy these cameos." So funny. It makes you kind of want to buy a Corbin cameo just so he can be like, "Poor Corbin, thanking me profusely for my generosity."
They're
But-
not cheap.
They're not cheap, and I am. So we're at a crossroads. But Baron Corbin lost his car. At this point, Shinsuke shows up having bought Corbin's car. Boogs is in it, doing what Boogs does, probably an oily discharge if I had to guess. But this match went really long and was very, very good. And it ended with Corbin losing and crying and just being like fucked up.
So I was disappointed that Corbin didn't win because I think I've been saying it for years. Corbin with Money in the Bank would be amazing. But
He
was
won it
amazing.
once and it sucked.
It was amazing when it happened.
That-
4 years ago.
yeah, that's true. I forgot he did win it, and then they shat on him. But
I don't know why you forgot, because it wasn't good, and he
'Cause it
lost it on
wasn't
the
anything,
SmackDown match.
My
Yeah.
only Corbin autograph is a Money in the Bank
it was to
card
Jin-
signed.
and it was to Jinder, wasn't
It
it?
was Jinder Mahal's only clean pin as WWE champion.
Yeah, I forgot about
But
that.
Cena was
Baron-
involved. Cena
But-
interfered in it.
Cena did not interfere. He didn't touch
Yes,
Baron
he did.
Corbin.
Oh my God! Yes, he was involved.
But-
he
Have you
was
s-
involved.
I'm
But how do
sorry.
you see- you
Is
can't see
kayfabe
him.
alive to you?
But
Have you seen my programming?
real quick, going back to the whole Twitter thing, how great would it be if Shinsuke buys a cameo and Corbin has to introduce Shinsuke at Money in the Bank?
That's
That'd be
great.
so fucking good.
And he has to come out
Dude,
with Rick
it'd be-
Boogs all sad.
Yeah.
It's like Rick Boogs just wailing on the guitar. It's just like,
yeah. Oh
yeah.
God,
Justin's in
that
the
would be
chat saying
so amazing.
Justin's in
Sorry.
the chat saying, "You don't know how bad I wanted Corbin to take the title off Jinder that night."
Everyone did. You're not alone, Justin. Everyone wanted.
And now Jinder
Everyone's
Mahal,
going berserk.
now Jinder Mahal
I
doesn't
wanted
have a motorcycle.
Charles Robinson to take the title off of Jinder Mahal when he had it.
Yeah, just
Yeah, but
when he
that-
holds
that-
it up to just run off with it. There you go. Because remember he stole it
Yeah,
from Bray.
yeah.
But that's heel heat. You're missing the point, Kev. That's heel heat. He has heat. Get it?
It is.
He's a
but-
heel, and people don't like him, so it's good heat.
You
And
talking about,
that's Drew
talking about
McIntyre.
Robinson?
It's
Yes.
No,
Drew McIntyre is the biggest heel in the business. Spin
That's
Fox
not
says
true.
he's going to look like Chimpa soon.
I think he means Champa.
Champa. You don't know about.
I love it, and I still somehow want him to.
No, I don't think that Champ is a big enough star for him to look like. Just saying.
No, but a big old beard and that weird fuzzy head thing. If he got a big old mountain man beard with Corbin, I'd be all in. I'm wondering what
a really nice depression story that they got going on. I just wish the bad guy in the story wasn't like the one who's depressed. It's just like, look at this bad guy. He's depressed because he's the bad guy. Like, it just makes
Baron
depression
Corbin-
seem like it's nothing.
Yeah, he needs to get sponsored by BetterHelp.
Could you imagine if he got a BetterHelp and then a $5 shave club thing, and then like his whole gimmick became is that he's getting like SeatGeek promotions, he's getting Blue Apron, he's getting all these YouTube
Just
sponsorships.
sponsored. He gets Manscaped sponsored, and he shaves his head and goes, as smooth as my balls. You know?
Oh my
'Cause
God.
Manscaped.
Because I believe that there's a trademark for Happy Corbin. So that's how he becomes happy, is now that he has all these sponsorships. But he doesn't know what
Happy
to do with
Corbin could
them.
mean anything.
Right.
Producer,
Well, see,
something
the
you want to say
thing-
right here? Let's go to producer, and then we'll go to Kev.
I still really somehow want him to get so down and like speaking to himself like he was, I think, last week, that I want him to be with Sami Zayn. Or it would be a great time to bring up an NXT up and comer who just lost a belt, a chance to the belt. He lost to not Eli Drake, LA Knight.
Cameron Grimes? You could pay for Baron Corbin stuff?
If he came over to the main roster, Cameron Grimes also doesn't have a lot going for him right now, right?
Well, he's currently LA Knight's butler, but how great would it be if after he's done being LA Knight's butler, he comes up and makes Baron Corbin his butler? Kev, what were you going to say?
First of all, producer, shouldn't wish on people's bad fortunes.
She's mean.
Except I also follow Ignorant Gentleman, which is his Instagram of his insanely expensive booze, watches, and...
By his, she means Baron Corbin.
Yes. And if
Yeah.
Baron Corbin needs any sponsor, it should be New Wave Coffee, so he's in a better mood.
It should be any sponsor. It should be TW Takes, which you could get 10% off if you use the promo TW Takes. I don't fucking know. Isn't this your guys' show? Shouldn't you guys be shouting out sponsors?
It's 25% off if you use the promo code
I
DIVEBAR
just
at
did.
twtakes.com/TWTs. But
You
New
did.
Wave
Imagine if
Coffee-
Baron Corbin
Oh,
gets a
God.
gets a pro wrestling tees sponsorship.
No, he doesn't need that. He needs New Wave Coffee. NewWave.co. Flow State Coffee is specialty grade coffee with L-theanine and raw cacao for productivity and creativity, better energy, focus, and mood than a regular cup of coffee, while decreasing the negative side effects like anxiety and blood pressure. Promo code CHEERS to get yourself an additional 10% off for your first bag of coffee there for Baron Corbin. All he needs is a little bit of New Wave Coffee at newwave.co.
Maybe that's why
And
he's
he'll
so
have a
sad.
better mood.
Better mood, energy, and
Just saying.
focus. You know why he didn't win that match? He didn't have enough energy, focus, and he was in a bad mood. I am, however, fascinated by this Corbin thing. I love how they're making him sympathetic, and I'm really curious where that all goes. As far as SmackDown goes, though, after that, the next thing that would be mentionable, we had the debut, first time ever, WWE debut, never before seen in WWE. Tag team that's brand new, never before seen, first debut. Shotzi and Knox. So Shotzi Blackheart and Tegan Knox, who were previously seen just a year ago at Great American Bash, they're going for their first women's tag team title against the Golden Role Models, Bayley and Sasha Banks, have reunited, but with this time half the names. Therefore, they are new. So instead of Shotzi Blackheart and Tegan Knox, we now in turn have Shotzi and Knox. There is your WWE first time ever debut. Getting a win over the current women's tag team champions, Natalya and Tamina, the Legacy, as I call them. I was excited to see it in general. I think Tegan looked fantastic. I think Shotzi
Yes.
needs to keep doing.
Yep.
She needs to keep working at it.
Yep.
Kev, what
You
did
know
you
the
think about
greatest-
this?
You know the thing I love the most about this is Shotzi shot her missile directly at Tamina and she didn't even flinch.
Yeah, and it barely missed her, and Tamina didn't flinch, and it was amazing.
Yeah, it was so close. Like the camera angle that they got, like it's probably on accident because if I see a giant, Nerf dart thrown at me, I'm ducking.
Mhm.
But it zoomed by her head and she just looked at her and she was like,
Yeah.
Makes her look badass.
Bitch.
Yeah.
Bitch.
Made her look badass.
There were
100%. But that's
When's the
that's
last
what
time
I loved
Tamina
about
looked
it.
badass? Tell me the last time.
I always
Last
thought
week.
Tamina
Last week.
looked. Yeah, I
Every
always thought
week.
Tamina looks intimidating. She looks like
Exactly.
she could. Yeah. She doesn't
Also,
need to do much.
not
like
this-
20 minutes
not this
before when
week.
she shoved Dana Brooke into a wall and called her fucking douchebag and walked off. It's like, God damn. She goes, look at this DB.
Look at this.
And I was like, oh my God, I know you're trying to say Dana Brooke, but you're not. You called her a douchebag, and then you shoved her into a wall. Not only did she shove her into a wall, she immediately turned her back on her and walked away. Like, do something. I was like, God damn. Tamina
That's-
just wrecking people.
That's a DS, not DB.
There were several
Douchebag?
times when I thought that Shotzi looked a little scared to continue certain moves.
And on the replay
I need a
of the
refill.
senton off the top, oh my God.
Okay, go.
We've been on a long time.
You've done a great job. Go ahead and get a new one.
I've tried to move it along, but look at where we are.
The senton off the top as well. Producer goes, I think she missed entirely. I was like, nah, she got it. Every replay, she looked like she was getting further and further away. And I was like, did she barely tap Natalia with the back of her head? I think that's why we only saw it from one angle. I think every other angle was all like miles away. Micah, I'll go to you because Kev isn't even here. What did
I'm
you
getting
think
a
about
refill.
this debut? Yeah, get your refill.
I love that I've never seen this team before in any iteration. These are two brand new characters that have never appeared on any television program before nor since, as this was just right. I think my problem with stuff like this is that it furthers the distance between Raw and SmackDown and NXT. That they bring up these are the call-ups that they do. I think it furthers that. I think when people like Johnny Gargano say like it's the third brand, it makes it sound lame.
Stupid.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
I think it's I mean, SmackDown definitely needs a lot of women. Like that roster is definitely thinning out. And they have a lot of people in the middle now. They don't really have anybody on top because you didn't even mention that Bayley was injured and they mentioned her on the show. That was like one of the first things. Oh, whatever. Well, but I mean, without that, so I think that I think that this was a snap decision, but it definitely seemed like this was like their first time with two bigger people because they're not because Shotzi and Tegan are pretty small comparatively to Natalia.
Yep.
And so it just looked like they were fish out of water.
But Conor McGregor is small to those two.
That's a good point. He's 145.
Okay, we don't need to go back.
Spinner Fox is in the chat. He says,
Trying to get spoilers, and I'm not letting him.
"Oh, is he?
Yes. He's being mean.
No. He does say you can't trust a narrator that likes the Leprechaun done. I get you. He goes, WWE plays too much casual fans and backhands the longtime fan. With for the first time ever. Yeah, I do think, like Micah was saying, I do think there's a distance between NXT and Raw and SmackDown, but I also think that there needs to be and should be and deserves to be.
Right, but when they promote it as like this is the third brand, when they try to like when they did the
it's strictly
2019
numerical.
when they did like the three brands at Survivor Series, they tried to put them at the same level and they tried to put NXT over.
Yeah.
And every time it just like seems whenever there's a call up, everyone's disappointed but it's because
No,
stuff like
that's
this
not
happens.
true. And it's not the call-ups that's the issue. The issue is that people think that NXT suddenly is no longer developmental. However, it's literally filmed in the Performance Center, a training facility, with people who have literally never been on national TV before, learning how to do the craft. If you've convinced yourself that it's the third brand and is equal to the professional level of Raw or SmackDown, that's on you and not on them. There is nothing they've done that has ever showed me anything that's made me think that NXT is anything other than a national level indie program.
Yeah.
But it's a really
And
good national level indie program.
So is
Yes.
NXT UK.
So is AEW.
I wish
Indie
anybody
level-
would watch that show, but
I watch it.
NXT
I love
UK
it.
is so fucking good. Go ahead, Kev.
I don't watch it.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. I think them promoting themselves as the third brand is saying, hey, SmackDown, Raw, NXT, everything else is below us.
Mhm.
And I think that I 100% think it's a shot towards AEW.
That's funny. I'm okay with that. Any shots
And
against
the other
AEW,
thing-
I'm for.
The other thing, real quick, with this call up is I was 100% behind it because it was a pop.
Yep.
I think it should have been in front of a crowd, like other matches, this week. And, because they didn't ruin it with the coming soon is, Tony Storm, for example.
Yeah.
Like, cool. That would have been 100 times better if you all of a sudden Tony Storm's music is playing in front of a crowd and people losing their shit.
Yeah.
I think this was supposed to happen this coming Friday, but the Bailey injury made
Expedited
them
it.
expedited it by a week.
I feel like that's probably true. I think we got what we got because as we do get into the next segment here, Bailey did get injured. She got injured a day before WWE tweeted it out, and that was the moment that all the dirt sheets started also tweeting it out because all the dirt sheets have insiders who also follow WWE's Twitter, and they get their information from WWE's Twitter. So if you want news as it comes out, just follow WWE's Twitter because all the dirt sheets just reported on WWE's tweet, which said that Bailey got injured. She hurt her ACL training the day before, and so she was removed from the Bianca match. She's going to be out for at least 9 months, it says, or estimated 9 months. So maybe, more or less, give or take.
Depends on how bad the ACL injury is.
Yeah. I
They can
imagine, and
be
the
like
training and
a year. It could be 18 months.
Also depends if she pulls a John Cena and decides to just put some tape
Come
on
on,
it
monster.
and show up at the Royal Rumble.
yeah, it says fuck it. But because of that, she was removed. Carmella was put in, and Liv Morgan was put into the Money in the Bank match. I know that's a lot. There was a couple promos involved there. Carmella and Liv Morgan both getting into the face of Sonya Deville in their own ways. I liked all of that. I'm really bummed out about Bailey not getting to be in front of fans after everything she's been through this year. But I do
Yes.
agree that I think that some of the shotgunning of Shotzi and Tegan, or Shotzi and Knox, and even doing a video package for Toni Storm, which I'm really excited about. Toni Storm has had no business in NXT. She's too big of a star. I don't know why she went to NXT at all.
She went to
I
NXT
just
UK.
don't like the. Well, I just don't like that they ruined their pops. Like that, you put that in front of a live audience. Let's say even this week, Toni Storm saying, "Hey, whoever wins Money in the Bank, whatever, I'm going up against Bianca or Carmella at this point." Holy shit, people would lose their mind.
Maybe. I'll tell you this. I agree with the idea that A-pop could happen, and I will agree with right now the first fans to fill up these arenas are likely hardcore fans who can't wait to get in front of a ring. However, the viewership for NXT UK is smaller than the viewership for NXT, and Toni Storm has had all of 6 matches in NXT proper. She's got a lot of star power, but not a lot of viewers. And the amount of people who watch Raw and SmackDown is literally 4 times the amount of people who watch NXT and like 12 times the amount of watch NXT UK. So it might not be the ovation you think.
But at the same time, how many people fucking lost their shit, and I'm not comparing the two, but when AJ showed up at the Royal Rumble, I remember watching that one with you, and you're like, "Who's that?" And I was like, "Holy shit, it's AJ Styles!" Like,
Yeah.
I remember him from TNA, this and that. Like, I think that there would have been a bigger pop besides the viewership.
I mean, there's also I wonder how much of it is you know, like the dirt sheets being so heavily
Caddy?
yeah, so heavily catty and throwing around all these rumors, ruining it for people. Like I forget who it was they ruined these surprises, but it's I could understand a company just being like, well, if we don't announce it, they're going to, so I don't know. Part of me wonders that.
There's that. And like I said, you got diehard fans coming out right now, and you're trying to sell tickets. So maybe now if you were on the fence about buying a ticket to SmackDown, maybe now you're going to buy a ticket to SmackDown because you go, well, it could be the one that Tony shows up on.
Yeah.
Micah, what do you think about all this? Carmella's promo, Liv Morgan's promo, Bayley being out, Tony Storm coming through. I want to know your thoughts on all of it. 3 words. Just go ahead. Tell me what you think.
Again, I think the Bayley thing extradited the Liv Morgan thing that they were doing, because I think there's stuff with Zelina Vega saying like that's not fair, and she beat Zelina Vega. I think that somehow, some way, she was going to get into the Money in the Bank match, whether she wins or loses it doesn't matter. I think. So I think that she was eventually going to get there. They just kind of a domino fell, so they had to just pick that domino up and reassess. I guess it's cool that it's Carmella. She hasn't been in a title. She was just in it when Sasha was the champ. I think it might have been this year too. So I guess
it was.
I guess I'm a little bummed. I like Carmella, so I'm like happy that it's Carmella. I guess I'm a little bummed that it wasn't like an open challenge. Because I think in front of a live crowd, it being an open challenge, and it being and if it was Carmella, I feel like that could be a huge pop. But I feel like the lore of a open challenge, like it could be anybody. What if it's Reginald? Who knows?
I know what you're saying there is, instead of just appointing, hey, this person's going now, if they said, well, we need a challenger who wants to step up, and then Carmella came out, especially in front of a live crowd. Cool. All right, cool. We're going to see this in 2 days. I think that would have been great.
Yeah, I think it's a little shotgun. That's what it is. But I think that with what they have on SmackDown, because obviously like Bayley versus Bianca is the biggest match that they could have gotten. They want to get that match in front of.
What the hell? As he comes out of the bathroom, he's just blowing ass.
I'm good. I got it. It's out.
I don't understand why you're surprised. I've been seeing this for 15 years.
Because he just came out of the bathroom. Like
everything in due time.
No, you finish your business in there. He was not finished.
No,
I'm done.
No, you come out behind the curtains and you let it all out.
Yeah.
Goldberg hit his head in the bathroom and then walked out and gave his performance.
Killed the Undertaker.
You see the sparks coming up. That was just farts.
No, that was the dust.
But see, I think, going on. And I agree, because I think if you hold an open challenge with Bianca, everyone's thinking Sasha.
Right.
Yeah. Everyone's going to think, hey, Sasha's coming out. Sasha's coming out. This is what's going to happen. And then you have Carmella, do her little burlesque show, and she's like, I'm here.
That's what I was saying, is that I think that they're like shotgunning it, because obviously like Bayley versus Bianca is the biggest match. So I wish it was an open challenge at that. And then even if Carmella comes out, it would still be a pop, because I think with the first pay-per-view back, it would be a pop no matter who it would be.
I think also if you have something like this week, if you had Carmella versus Liv for that last spot in the thing where it's like, okay, Carmella could be kicked out, and you have Carmella lose, then you're like, well, shit, now Carmella's not in it. You have the open challenge. Is it going to be a debut? Is it going to be somebody else? Who's it going to be? And it is Carmella. You get that pop because you didn't think you were going to see Carmella tonight. You know?
I think that they I feel like they could have added a shock to it because I don't want to bring it up here, but you know, at Revolution, like everybody was speculating it was CM Punk, but like that was a big allure to the pay-per-view. Like, who's the mystery signing going to be? Like, this could have been like that.
Lucky thing it was Ethan Page, because that's equal to CM Punk.
No, it was Christian Cage.
I don't know. There's no difference.
There's a big difference.
Not in how they're booked. There's not.
One of them has a better MMA record than the other.
One of them.
But I no.
Are you saying that all Canadians look alike? No. You're saying all Canadians look alike, Marsh? Is that what's going on?
Kind of. What was that, Kev? Yeah.
No, but I do agree. I think there should have been more lead up to who Bianca's facing. You know, it was just, you know, it was shotgun. Yeah. And I think, the problem is that they're trying to sit there and say, hey, we need a headliner for somebody that just headlined WrestleMania to sell a pay-per-view when the pay-per-view is already sold. Anyone that has Peacock has it. And this is where WWE might show their age, where it's like, hey, if you hold your cards a little bit, it might be a bigger draw than just saying, hey, this person versus this person.
You've never seen the World Series of Poker. All those 60-year-old men, they always fold.
No, 100%. But
they always play it safe.
No, I understand that. But if you say who is challenging Bianca and you keep throwing up the women's Men in the Bank picture thing, I think everyone's saying, okay, it's none of these people. It's going to be who else isn't here? It's Sasha. Sasha's not here.
Or maybe it is one of those people. Like maybe
no one knows.
Maybe Carmella's still in the match and she doesn't win. So you don't think that you're going to see Carmella again. So when you do see, and like she almost wins, and then you do see her at the end.
Yeah.
Because one of those Money in the Bank matches is going to open the pay-per-view.
Yes. And it's usually the women.
It's gonna.
Yeah, and it's usually the women. So if Carmella doesn't win, she's like inches away, and then she gets whoever's in it, Naomi. Maybe she's in it.
But my thing is that they still have another SmackDown to go.
Oh yeah.
That's the
and
first
I think
one
that's exactly, and that's when you announce who she's facing.
That's when I think WWE.
No one's announcing CM Punk besides the most lovable loser like the Cubs.
Oh, you're talking about a man who's only lost one professional fight in his life.
Yeah, we just talked about this. Allegedly, it's one.
But that would be 100% loss at that point. 100% technical losses.
Yeah, but 50% of them didn't count, so it's okay.
That's Steiner math right there, and I love it.
Yeah, I feel like Scott Steiner's behind the scenes of UFC being like, here's the deal with CM Punk's record. I'm going to hit the chat real quick.
Cheers, Amanda.
Let me see. Spinner Fox says...
Cheers, Amanda. This is the first time you've
up
seen
through Raw. He's right. He goes, I wonder who she's training with. Was it Nia? Talking about Bailey. I think also, I think it could have been a Conor McGregor type thing. She could have just fallen back. Her leg fell into pieces like dust.
Whoa.
Spinner Fox says 9 months.
It's her ACL. Have you been listening?
Is the ACL near the tibia?
ACL's in the knee.
I mean, is the leg near the knee? Is what you just asked.
Stop.
What? What?
It's pure gold.
What? Connor broke his tilapia, and now she broke. Splinter Fox says 9 months, but Mark Henry said she could be walking in 2 to 3 months since she is so active. Well, Mark Henry would know. He's an AEW. So maybe she will be back like The Miz as a non-wrestling feature, which has been the best thing that's ever happened to The Miz, is being an idiot
bullshit.
ringside.
That is not true. Why they bring up the mixed match challenge again?
Away. Miz needs to
Mike-
go away right now.
The mixed match challenge is one of the best things to ever happen to Mike the Miz Mizan.
That's a good
No,
point.
that was real
Wrestling with
world.
women is a good thing
That's
for
the
him.
best thing to happen to the Miz.
Didn't he win that? Isn't he like Facebook Watch royalty now?
Maybe him and Oscar. It says, or bring her back for a huge pop, but that's if they want her to be a face or a heel when she returns. I think it's also the thing though is when you have someone like Bayley return, there's no way you cater that. You can't mold that into any reaction you want. It's going to be a big positive
Natural.
reaction. Yep, and there's no way to make that different. I mean, you saw it at WrestleMania.
You know-
she showed up at WrestleMania and got a huge ovation.
Yeah.
There's nothing
You
you, can
know,
do.
Bayley-
I know somebody who was there and said that she was probably the biggest ovation of the entire night.
Did you see that line?
He said maybe second. He said maybe second.
Did you see Titus O'Neil in pirate clothing? I mean, like woohoo!
I mean, that was pretty good.
Arr.
Shit was hot.
Kev, what were you gonna say about that?
But you know, Bayley wouldn't have fucked up her ACL if she had some buddies.
Good point. She was wrestling some buddies. Justin says people on social media were blaming Vince for Bayley's injury because he had them doing the training sessions to get them getting ready. It was so dumb. You think it was dumb that they were blaming or dumb that they were training? Because I do imagine if you were wrestling at this point, Bayley's wrestling maybe once a week, tops, sometimes once a month. It might not be bad to be like, hey, let's make sure we're tumbling around here and not and getting used to it. You know what I mean? So
The other thing,
Cinemax
how is
says
this on Vince's lap?
I don't fucking know. Yeah, it's Vince's
I mean,
fault.
I doubt
she
it's
Dumb
fucking blew
because
her
they're
knee.
getting back on the road. Like this was reported as like their mandatory back to work stuff. Like they're gonna be wrestling like 4 to 5 times a week as opposed to like
But
maybe a month.
Once
Why is that
again, we
weird?
don't know how.
It's not
we-
weird.
well,
It's
we-
just that she's got to get like into better shape. Not that she's not in great shape, but like you got to be in better ring shape.
Doesn't that
to be
prove
able-
it? If she
but
gets
no.
injured during it, that maybe more training is good?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with that. I'm saying the training was good.
Oh, okay. Kev,
Yeah,
what were you
but
saying?
once again, we don't know the training. You know, I've seen freak accidents everywhere. My sister blew out her back by tying her fucking shoe. Bayley could have just been ordering a churro and fucked up her ACL by stepping off the curb wrong.
It's a good point.
Marsha got
I think it's true. What?
Nothing.
There was activity. Let's see.
Hello, Clarice.
Splinter Fox says, I know it should have been McGregor in the women's Money in the Bank, which might be really good. He's in the right weight class. Just Time does say, everyone who speculates CM Punk is ever coming back to wrestling needs to just forget he exists. He'll never come back. Splinter Fox says, or they could have had the
He's-
winner of the Money in the... What's up?
I was going to say, CM Punk is Mauro Ronaldo on the lesser scene. He's just an MMA commentator at this point.
He is, and he's had 100% losses, no matter how many matches he's had. Splinter Fox does say, or they could have had the winner of the Money in the Bank face Belair. I mean, they don't know what they are doing with the Money in the Bank anyways. That's
They do know what
kind
they're
of not
doing.
what Money in the Bank is. Yeah, they know exactly what they're doing every time. Look at
And
And
Otis.
I think, you know, since this is our go home show, because I'm at my home, Marsh is at his home.
I'm at home.
I think,
It's my cars.
you know, I think 100% that they're giving it to Liv. If I put money on Vegas or in Vegas, I think it's Liv.
I think you're close there. I put money on Vega.
Mm.
I think
think
she's.
I think there'd
big-
be more people. I think there'd be more people upset that Vega got it, and Liv has had to prove herself. And I think maybe with the Bayley injury, like she still should have proved herself. Because the other thing is, we still don't know who the 8th woman is. Excuse me.
It's true. I think there
And
is
that's the thing.
rumblings, and we've talked about it already before here. I believe it was episode 1, the possibility of Becky Lynch getting herself into this match and potentially winning as a return to the ring. I think that would make a lot of sense. I do think if Zelina Vega wins, that's heat, because I think people will want Liv. I think you end up, if you want the most pop for it, if it's not going to be Becky, I think you have Liv and Zelina both at the top at the same time, and you have Zelina do something like pull out brass knuckles and hit Liv and knock her down and take the title or take the briefcase, and then you
Black
have
Mass.
a ton of heat on Black Mass on the top of the ladder.
Yes.
And then she does the Andrade knees.
Mm-hmm.
Just the hammerlock DDT off top rope.
Do you think Andrade got confused and that's why he wore a black mask? Never mind.
Me?
No.
Isn't it like superhero? Isn't that what he was supposed to be?
It's a villain and it was a terrible costume. But it was Batman. I think if you have Zelina and Liv up on the top and you have Zelina take it, you're going to get a shitload of heat on Zelina, who can run with that for a while, and you're going to have the crowd even more behind Liv. So it's almost like Liv should lose it because people will be behind her more.
No, I can see either way. It's interesting. I think the men's one's more muddy to me.
Yes.
Because it can go any way. And
If Drew
there's a
wins
lot
it,
of
dude,
people
it's
like,
a fucking wash.
Jesus Christ.
Why would you even say that?
Just
I
saying that's what's
climbed
gonna
up the
happen.
ladder
So soon.
and looked me in the eyes, and I rose
I
up
hope
better
Jinder
than
Mahal
Mel
costs him.
Gibson's and fucking Jesus Christ.
I hope Drew's
Ooh,
about
let me
to
tell
win
you a
it.
story about ladders.
Mm-hmm.
His
Last time I
grandfather
had a
beat
ladder inflection, I had to have a bunch of cranberry juice.
His grandfather
Nessie.
invented ladders back in 1066.
Yeah,
Makes
Nessie
sense.
held me up on her nose while I rose the ladder of Money in the Bank. God.
Turns out my
I'm sick
sword
of
here
his
is made out of
fucking sword.
ladders.
Because
let
Jinder
me
had
see.
a fake sword, and I got a real sword. Ah,
So fuck. Oh my
so
god, dude, I'm
God
so
damn,
mad.
so
So fucking dumb.
We'll get there. Don't worry, guys.
We're gonna get right there. Let's see. Sooner Fox is saying, I mean, they were going to try Drew. They try to force him down the throat as a face, but people don't like him. It's because he's a heel. And Sooner Fox says, oh yeah, Otis. They knew what they were doing there. Yeah, dude, totally. Ham, meat. Just Time says, I honestly think they're going to give it to the final entrant, which I think is going to be Sasha, and I feel like that's. I just feel
it's
like
a good
that's a
possibility.
waste. It's a good possibility, but I feel like that's a waste. My favorite thing about Money in the Bank is when it goes to somebody who you wouldn't think of as a world champion immediately, but thinks deserves the world championship, like Edge, like Daniel Bryan, like CM Punk, like John Cena. Just kidding.
And,
But I'm saying,
and you've all, but at the
Sandow, Baron Corbin.
But hey, we're not talking about the losers here. But at the same time, this is also reminiscent of Royal Rumbles, and Royal Rumbles is my favorite event. And I think when you just give it to fucking Charlotte Flair, and she's like, "I'm going for NXT because this is what I need." I think if you give money in the bank to the wrong person, it is terrible. Like Charles Barkley would say.
could be garbage.
If you give it to Drew, fuck. But I said this 2 years ago when it was Samoa Joe and Kevin Owens. Both of those would have been amazing. Right now, Kevin
incredible.
Owens with the Money in the Bank. Holy shit, that'd be fucking cool still.
Be so fucking dope. I'll tell you this. If Drew McIntyre wins the Money in the Bank, the only way it works for me is if he's still not allowed to cash in on Bobby Lashley. And Bobby Lashley maintains the title for a long time. So every time Bobby Lashley's in a title match, Drew's lurking around or trying to help the other guy win and can't get the fucking job done because Drew needs someone else to win it for him to cash in, and you have that play out for almost a year.
Yeah, but how shitty it would be if they played it out in 15 fucking minutes and Kofi wins and then there goes Drew with his fucking Claymore. Ugh.
I'll be honest, part of me would love it if Kofi won the title off Bobby and immediately Drew
retain.
McIntyre cashes in within like 7 seconds and they just fucking Brock Lesnar his ass again. Part of me would be all like, that's pretty fucking brutal.
We'll get there, but I have a different spin on that shit.
Let's see. Spinner Fox says, full circle. Becky wins it and then leaves for a bit and makes a surprise return to keep the fans guessing. Or Becky wins the Money in the Bank and points to SummerSlam, so the hype is more at the pay-per-view. Could be. He says,
I can
Seth,
see that.
Big
And
E.
because
Go ahead.
I was going to say, because from what I know, WWE's not selling tickets at SummerSlam.
From what I know, they sold 30,000 tickets in the first 10 minutes of it being open.
Oh,
I
that's
think they're doing
AEW
okay.
math right there.
Oh, my God. Bitch. Micah, what were you going to say?
I forget. I'm too many gummy worms deep.
There you go.
I don't know. How many
let's see.
inches?
Spinner Fox says,
Oh, that's what I was gonna say.
oh, go ahead.
I think if Drew wins it, the only way that they can redeem it is if Brock Lesnar comes out immediately afterwards and says, "I want that."
But at the same time,
'Cause I
they've
think they're
never. They haven't clarified you have to cash it in on your own brand. Because Natalia even said, "Hey, I'm going to win this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this."
That's never been a thing. That's all. That's Edge was a
No,
roster
no, it's-
when he cashed in on the when he cashed in on
No,
the.
but it's been a thing here and
It's
there.
been a thing in the past, yeah.
This
Every now and
this
again
year
they
it
say on your
doesn't-
own brand. Some years they say that you don't. It
Yeah,
goes back and
because
forth.
this year, hey, I'm good for Drew cashing in on Roman, and Jimmy and Jay just kicks them in their claymore.
Or Drew wins it and then he gets drafted to another brand that Bobby isn't on. And that's the one championship that he wants.
NXT,
Yeah.
throw him there
Or
for the
You
first
could
time in
have-
history.
yeah, someone's drafted
Jay-
down. I would love it.
No, well, no, for the first time in history, a WWE superstar got drafted to AEW,
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
and we get rid of Drew.
The draft comes up and it just shows Drew McIntyre's picture, and then on the side of it where it would say a logo, it just says released.
Yeah, yeah.
Drew McIntyre is all elite.
Just fuck it around.
Yeah.
Just fuck around. I don't want anybody to lose their job. I like
Nah,
it.
nah,
Hasn't there been too
nah,
many
nah,
releases?
nah, nah.
Yeah.
Like you really want
Um,
more releases? I guess it doesn't matter.
I mean,
There's a few.
Oh.
There's a few more releases I want. Am I getting them? No, but I
it
want.
might. It depends.
Kev's
They've been
always been for release.
Yeah.
They've been recently doing them after pay-per-views. So
Yeah. It's
so
peculiar.
They could do it after this next week. Watch out, there might be a couple releases.
Oh, for sure. The stakes are high. If you lose a match at a pay-per-view, there's a good chance you're getting released the following Monday. But
Do you know how awesome
Um,
that would be? 14 people out of a job immediately for the Money in the Bank matches.
that'd be so nuts, dude.
All
That'd
of
be
them are
fucking
all
crazy.
elite next month.
You know what's
Win
weird
or
is
go
for the amount
home,
of people
TNT style. And
for
do
the
it
amount of
for us.
people who want to get mad at the WWE every time they have a release, they never celebrate someone being signed on. Zelina came back and no one was all like, "I'm just happy to see her working." Everyone got
There's
fucking
so
livid
many
when she
people-
got released.
I didn't want her going
sure.
to AEW. I want her messing up that already messed up women's division.
Just making it weird.
But she,
I don't
but
need
she
it to
would
be
have
good.
brought. She would have brought a different style to it.
To AEW. Hey,
Yeah.
if AEW wants to have a good women's division, they should actually just book it right instead of just adding more
Yeah.
people to it.
Yeah,
See,
That's
I
any
talk shit about
division in
AEW.
AEW.
Don't tell me I don't talk shit about AEW. Their women's division is a fucking disaster.
It's weird too.
But
'cause
it's
it doesn't
been a
need to be.
disaster for like 2 years.
No, it doesn't need to
And
be.
yes,
I
they
know.
have
That's the
they
problem.
have talent that they can push, and they decide not to. They
I saw
decide to do it.
something on Twitter, since we're on SmackDown technically still, that said Kenny Omega is a bigger star than Roman Reigns. Or Kenny Omega is a bigger star than John Cena too. Like same thing. And I was just like, who's saying this? Like who
By what
wants
metric? What
Right?
metric at all? But all right.
by
Oh,
Let me
Japanese?
hit the
that
chat
was-
real quick.
that
Spinner
was
Fox
from my
says
tweet.
Seth. Yeah, that was you. Seth, Big
Yeah,
E, or Matt
I
wins the
said
Money
I
in the
have a-
Bank, but all lose to Roman. I would be for Drew McIntyre trying to cash it in on Bobby or Roman, but actually Brock Lesnar making him fail to cash in. So not quite where he wins it and then Brock comes out to challenge him. Brock just comes out and suplexes Drew as soon as he says he wants to challenge the guy and cashes in the Money in the Bank and just ruins it for him. And then Drew can just be there crying like Baron Corbin. They can be drinking buddies,
What
whatever.
if Jinder Mahal runs him over with like a shattered motorcycle?
We'll get
Every
there.
time he tries to
Aaron
catch-
says Nikki Cross. I think Nikki Cross as a Money in the Bank winner would be incredible.
Nikki
Yeah,
Ash?
yeah.
Come on, people.
Yeah, Nikki Ash. And Aaron also says like Brock. I think that's in reference to the young up-and-coming stars you wouldn't normally see as a world title holder, like Brock. Because, let's be honest, Brock Party, Brock in the Bank, fucking amazing.
Mm-hmm.
As I said to Derek, they don't know how to book Brock Lesnar outside of a title picture, so they probably still won't.
What?
But at the same
That doesn't
time,
make
when
sense.
we're
Wait,
no,
hold
wait,
on.
Go
At
ahead.
the same time, we're having this argument with Conor McGregor, and how are you gonna put the biggest draw not in the title picture?
Yes. Yeah. The idea that you just said they don't know how to book him outside of the title picture
Mhm.
is the silliest shit anyone's ever said on the show, and we all say silly shit because we drink the whole time. Brock
Hold on.
I gotta
Lesnar has
refill.
no business not in the title picture because of how he's booked. He's the baddest motherfucker to ever be in a wrestling ring, and you're being like, yeah, but he shouldn't want more money. He's the only person that brings prestige to that title outside of Roman Reigns. He makes it look like it's something important to have and hard to get. Bobby Lashley made it look... Well, I mean, he got a Miz.
Well, it's the
Didn't
same
mean
thing with
much.
Goldberg. It's my problem with Goldberg is that they don't know how to book him outside of the title. I think that's a problem.
Wait,
If you have to use the
Goldberg?
yeah,
Wait a
Goldberg is
second,
really good at
that's-
winning matches.
really.
That's your only problem with Goldberg?
I mean,
Kev's like, you got worked, pal.
I watched the
Yeah,
Goldbergs. I think he's pretty funny on that. No, let's go back to SmackDown.
Let's go back. Let's see. Justin
Come
says
on.
WWE just want all four horsewomen to have that accomplishment of winning Money in the Bank.
Has Charlotte won Money in the
Literally,
Bank?
no. Only
Oh.
Bailey has. Justin's saying that out of nowhere.
Okay. I
Bailey's
was about
the
to say,
only four horsewomen to win the Money in the Bank.
You know why? Because that was pretty.
That's a
terrible.
4-year plan. What was that, Kev?
That was pretty terrible that he said that.
See, that is the silliest shit I've ever heard because at least I didn't say a lie.
That's true, too. You didn't say lie. You just misinterpreted it, which is totally fine. Spirit Fox does say Brock man bun. Did you guys see the new pictures of Brock came out? He's got a beard and a ponytail.
No.
He looks like a skinny Hammerstone. It's a joke. It's a joke because Hammerstone's so big.
Does he look
But,
like an old Parker Bardo?
yeah, he looks like old Parker Bardo.
Nice.
It's fantastic. I'm
Is his
into it. We'll
beard
see what he
better
does.
than Mark Marrow's?
Mark Marrow didn't have a beard. He had handlebar mustache before Hogan. He was the original Hogan.
Yeah, but then he had a beard afterwards when he was Mark Marrow, the boxer.
That's a good point. Yeah, it was terrible. Just time to say, I hope
I
Big E
can't-
wins Money in the
never
Bank. Oh my God. Okay, look it. This has been coming up a lot, so I'm really glad you guys are here.
Okay.
Because this is going to be the most. I thought I just gave Micah a mouthful of how he's so dumb, but still our friend, right? Turns out he is not so dumb. Our other
a
good
drinker,
Never
friend,
but-
said I
Justin
wanted
Time.
Biggie to win. Why the fuck would I want that? That's such a
Okay,
Sorry,
yeah, but
Justin.
here, listen to this. Justin
Sorry,
Time,
guys.
211. The
Micah
Dawn.
is a solid drinking buddy.
Oh, he's a good drinking buddy. He's a good fella.
Mhm.
Justin
Good
Time
fella.
211, friend of the show, Dawn of the IWC, curator of the IWC.
proprietor of the
Just in
right side
time.
of the IWC.
That's right. Justin
got
Time
you,
says,
buddy.
I hope Big E wins Money in the Bank. Kofi beats Lashley. Big E cashes in on Kofi and then build to a New Day triple threat. It would be perfect.
That match
sounds-
would be so weird. That match would be so weird.
First off, garbage booking because that's obvious booking. And here's the deal. The thing about New Day is they aren't the everyday faction. They aren't being broke up to be broke up. They're being split up because they'll never be broke up. They're still the New Day. They're on 2 different shows now, still the New Day. Big E is split but the same. Like, I think what makes the New Day special is that turn never has to happen.
One of my favorite
I think
WrestleMania
that if
moments
anything-
this year.
Go ahead.
Oh, one of my favorite WrestleMania moments this year was the IC title match in Kofi and Woods introduces Big E.
Yes.
I loved
For
it.
no
I
reason.
thought it was I thought it was awesome. I was just like, oh my god, they're
Amazing.
It's continuity. This is amazing.
Yes.
That they're just like they're still friends, even if they're on separate shows.
Exactly, because what does the power of positivity mean if not that they stay together forever? And they've always said over and over again, they will not break up for the sake of it. Go ahead, Kev. What were you going to say?
But see, to me, there's a difference. And, we're not on Raw yet, but there's a difference. Big E has a different interest. For whatever reason, Big E's still introducing New Day. New Day's, Xavier and Kofi are still wearing shirts that has Big E's face on them, but it's not vice versa. The other thing is I think with Woods beating Lashley, I'm fast forwarding because we're still on SmackDown.
Yeah.
With Woods beating Lashley, I think he's gonna say, "Hey, Kofi, let's go. I beat him. If Kofi wins, hey, it's you and me. You beat him, I beat him. Let's go for the belt."
Kofi shouldn't win on Sunday.
I'm just saying.
Just say that.
Yeah, Waka Flocka is doing Big E's thing. Kofi, to me, Kofi and Woods are still holding on to the New Day as a threesome. Big E's not holding on to the same effects of that.
Big E's a big ol' monogamy.
No, he is.
I don't know what that word means.
He's a
what?
He said monogamy. He doesn't know what that word means. He said Big E is a monogamy. He doesn't know what that word means. It's all right. Let's keep going.
He said threesome. It's being funny.
He's a monopoly.
Yeah.
You should try it sometime.
It's like charades. We're just trying to guess.
Yeah. He's saying monopoly.
But what I'm saying is, to me,
I said monogamy.
Phenomena.
Like I said, I'm fast forwarding a bit, but to me, New Day, there's a rift between Big E and everyone else because Big E isn't wearing the same shirt. He's not giving him shout outs. It's not Shawn Michaels saying, "What up, Kevin Nash? I see you," or Big Diesel, whatever the fuck he said on TV. New Day, Kofi, and Xavier are holding on to the threesome, and Big E's not. And at the same time, Xavier, once again going forward, beat Bobby clean, whereas Kofi got a roll up after Drew McIntyre, did his thing. So why wouldn't Xavier say, "Hold on, you and me, brother, let's go"? And truthfully, I think it's going to be Xavier and Kofi at SummerSlam.
I hate all of this. I hate it all.
I hate it too, but at the same time, this the way I'm reading things this is where we're at.
They just released issue 1 of the New Day comic Power of Positivity. How are you going to try and split them up now?
Fucking matter. You know why it doesn't fucking matter? Because at the same time, Xavier Woods is he's Austin.
Yeah. Yeah, G4 coming up this weekend, actually. Let's see.
Yeah.
Spinnerfuck says, how about we stop talking about Drew winning? It's funny. I like that. Aaron's in the chat. He says, release Jinder, release Dana. Come on, dude. Yeah. And he goes, release the secret weapon. That one's funny. But come on. Jinder and Dana, they're great. I saw someone talking some shit on Dana saying the only reason she's even booked and winning is because of her looks and not at all because she's even remotely decent in the ring. They said she had no business in the ring, and I highly disagree with that. She may not be the best technical wrestler out there. She's not bad in the ring by any means, and I think that her with Mandy as a pairing has actually been fantastic for both of them.
And she's fucking strong.
She's super strong, and she was better than a number of women who were there.
She's also they haven't said that she's not. She's still the tightest worldwide statistician. So
she's a statistician. That's good at math.
Pretty smart. Knows how to calculate angles. You need angles for ladders. Just saying.
Splinter Fox did say a really funny thing here. He goes, "I'm more interested in Slammiversary than Money in the Bank this weekend."
It's my dude Kenny Omega.
I like that. I could use a good laugh. Slammiversary sounds hysterical. Impact, Kenny Omega in the main event.
Stopping me.
At Daily. Hey, it's at Daly's place.
Sorry. Sammy Callahan. Fuck that guy. What was that, Micah?
It's at Daly's place.
Is it? That's even funnier.
Yeah. Which is weird
That means they
because
recorded it like 4 months ago.
That means because Slammiversary is in front of it's Impact's first show in front of fans. So that means that this is on home turf. So that means that's AEW fans on it.
Here's what I want.
Show.
I want Kenny Omega to win this one. I want Hangman Page to challenge Kenny Omega. Omega accepts, but then you find out that the contract is for the Impact title. So then Hangman Page gets a title shot for the Impact title against Kenny Omega on Impact TV. And Hangman Page wins that match that nobody's watching anyways. Then he's able to challenge Kenny Omega because he beat him there for the AEW World title, and then have Kenny Omega squash Hangman Page in 30 seconds flat on AEW TV.
Why did you say that to me? Why would you say something? Why would you say something so stupid on your own show?
What's that to AEW?
AEW.
Why would you say something that's so bold, so boldly dumb, that if that happened on Monday Night Raw, you'd be like, you guys don't get it. You're just looking at the dirt sheets. Like,
What'd I say? That shit happens on the Raw all the time.
exactly.
100%.
Talking about the Miz.
Whoa!
Yeah, we
why
smell
are you
that.
talking
We
shit
smell
about
it.
the Miz? I'm tired of people talking shit about the Miz. He is a father, people, to like 7 children. Okay,
You,
like,
me, and your friend
Maurice,
all forgot he won the championship 3 weeks ago.
hey, it was Sunday.
and at the same time, Maurice is only the mother of 2 of them.
Hey, I didn't say anything.
He's
I said
throwing
he was a
those-
father. I didn't say he was a good father to
He
the
did-
7 children.
He did well in Ohio. He does well
He's
in
throwing
Ohio.
those Nick Cannon stats out there right now.
Hey,
Jeez.
Nick Cannon, best
Yeah.
host of America's Got Talent. I'll tell you that.
That's a good point. That's a good point. You don't like my
No
my
bullshit. Nick
Hangman Page
Cannon's
booking?
fucking terrible.
What? I don't
he's-
watch Impact. Derek watches Impact for me.
It would leave Hangman Page a champion. The way I booked it.
Yeah, but you.
He's like, don't make me say it out loud.
It sounds
You know
dumb.
it's possible.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm mad. I'm mad because
So-
like I'm mad because people will be like, no, you don't get it because now like Kenny's mad. And like
He's mad.
back in like 2006 in DDT, like Kenny Omega like lost one champion for one promotion, but he was the champion of another promotion, and like we had this big.
Flash flood warning.
Yeah, flash flood warning coming through.
You
Let's see.
know why
Good
you're
thing
mad
good-
and you're
good thing
upset?
I'm
Because it's
25.
probable.
It's
No, the
probable.
reason I'm mad is because you said it out loud. That's like if you just got mad about the Big E shit that just happened because that's probable. You were like predictable booking. That's predictable
point.
booking.
It is.
So you said
But
that
Hangman
less than
Page
half
deserves
an
the title. He just doesn't deserve the AEW title.
hour. No, the
Hey,
Miz
you
deserves
said
the
it was an
title.
Amber Alert? It was an Amber Alert. Kev, make sure all your kids are accounted for.
The Miz. Can you also make sure that all your
They're on the other side of the house. We're good.
Kev just like sticks his head out the door. Roll call!
1,
Let's
2,
see.
3. We're good.
Yeah. Aaron says, easy. Undertaker barely got title pictures for sure. He goes, also, if Lashley and Brock fight at SummerSlam, I'll lose my mind. I would love that. Spinfox says, LOL, he does. Small hammerstone indeed. That's funny. And he goes, Justin stole this off the dirt sheets. See? Just Time says, actually, I didn't. I talked about this with my brother. And I believe that. I do think that there's a lot of people who think that's a very big possibility. Big E turning on Kofi and doing all that. And I think a lot of people like the idea of it. And I understand the mentality of it. But I don't like what that means to the core of what the New Day stand for. Does that make sense?
100%.
New Day is
But
like
no. My thing is it's not
to Kev.
Big E turning against Kofi. It's Xavier turning against Kofi.
Yeah. Which would be a huge
Because
left fielder.
Xavier has a clean win over Bobby, whereas Kofi does not.
Yes.
Yeah, but Kofi Kingston will always be over. And Xavier Woods
He
is the
will.
host of like the most popular wrestling YouTube channel that exists.
But at the same time, you have Kofi just being over, and then you have Xavier saying, "Hey, bitch, I have my own fucking TV show on G4."
I don't think.
What do you have?
He's ever said bitch in his
Good
life.
point. I don't know. He might
No,
say
he
bitch.
said bitch several times.
I've never heard Xavier Woods say bitch, nor have I ever seen Xavier.
Yeah,
Woods.
I'm getting on the old tweet machine, and I'm sending them all to you.
It has to be.
And
Just
there's
kidding.
also a good chance, Micah, that you've never been a bitch to Xavier Woods. But I feel like if you're a bitch to him, he'll let you know.
Right.
Mhm.
I guess. I also don't tweet.
Let's ask
I
Paige.
also don't tweet things on Twitter because I actually I'm in my mom's basement right now, so that's not a good.
That makes sense, dude. That makes sense. It's believable.
But I'm in my
Spin
mom's
Fox does
basement.
say Biggie wins Money in the Bank and Bobby beats Kofi, and then Biggie cashes in and wins the title on the same night.
And gives it to Kofi instead.
And the New Day becomes whole again on the same show. I could see that. Biggie like avenging Kofi.
What if Ronda Rousey returns? She's the 8th person. She wins, and then she beats Bobby Lashley.
I could see that. Believable by weight class. Aaron says, if Big E cashes in on Kofi, Kofi would lay down and let him win, a la HBK and Triple H with the European title on Monday Night Raw.
I just said finger poke of doom. I'm supernova right here.
That's a good point.
Untouchable.
Aaron says, I like Dana, but with Mandy going to NXT, it feels like they're abandoning her, but Dana is strong as fuck. He's a Cleveland 10. Yeah, I guess she popped up on NXT. Just because someone shows up there, that doesn't mean that's where they are, though. It's hard to say with NXT because it's just such a lower brand. It's just indie wrestling.
No, she's a
developmental
different
stuff.
person.
Which we haven't watched yet.
Yeah, which we haven't seen, so I don't know much about it. Until I see what it is and see what she says. That would be weird, though. Can you imagine if they're like, hey, we'll take Tegan and Shotzi and Tony, but we'll give you Mandy? Seems a little weird. But I think Mandy would do great down there. Spinner Fox does say Kenny is going to lose all of his titles before the end of the year.
No
God
way.
damn, Spinner
Yes.
Fox, I hope you're right.
No way. Why would you say that?
Yes.
That's such a.
Yes.
That's like the
Yes.
stupidest thing
Yes.
I've ever heard.
That's the best thing
Because
I've ever heard in my life.
It's the worst thing that I've ever heard is that them calling him the belt collector when he had one fucking belt.
Yes.
He had two
He
belts.
had one
He
belt
had a
and they
belt.
started calling...
No, he had one.
yet.
He had one.
When he had the
one,
AAA
and then
title
he-
only, they said he's going to become the belt collector. And I was like, why would they say
Yeah.
that?
I don't watch Dark, so my bad. I'm just kidding. Of course, I do watch.
It's fine. That's good. And then Spinner Fox says El Idolo beats him at Triple Mania, and Paige will win the AEW title. Josh Alexander will beat Kenny for the Impact title. I'm calling all of it. I like that. Whatever it takes to tear down Kenny. And Aaron says Xavier Woods says bitch on G4. Oh.
That's Austin Creed. That's not Xavier Woods. So bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on that. If any of those clips are from Up Up Down Down, I'm blocking you.
No, G4. Check it out this
G4
weekend. I'm telling you.
Austin, Don Xavier
when
Woods
you-
are two different people.
When you threw out the Kenny's going down tonight, all I heard was Master P singing "Kenny's gonna die tonight" on the South Park.
That's funny.
You gotta
Spinner
ride
Fox does
tonight.
say she's prego fool. You the MMA guy, you should know. That's a good point. You should know. Ronda Rousey's pregnant as fuck.
She could have had a kid. Who knows? Dirt sheets don't report anything.
I don't know how contracts work. She could have had 4 kids by now. Let's see. Let's wrap up SmackDown, guys. Seth Rollins and Cesaro for the qualifying match. Seth Rollins won. Cesaro got bloody. This match was fucking phenomenal. I don't have anything else to say about it. It was just so good. Go ahead, Kev.
It wasn't their WrestleMania match, but I mean, it was like great. It was still a great match.
I think I'd have a hard time telling you which one was a better match.
I think I have a hard time. If you didn't have the WrestleMania logo, I'd have a hard time telling you which match was for what.
That's a good point.
Well, 100%, because I think that this match was better than the WrestleMania match. And it might just be because they had bigger stakes and I was more involved. Maybe.
And
But,
blood.
yeah. But I like this match a lot.
I felt blood brought a lot to this match, and I was really confused by that because I feel like right now we're seeing blood in AEW every week for no reason, and I feel like it's taken away from it, and I feel like you forget how dramatic it can be. I feel like WWE doesn't use blood enough by any means, so you forget how powerful it can be. And I felt like this match was getting so intense, and at the right moment, Cesaro hit his head on an exposed turnbuckle, and then his forehead was bleeding. And I'll tell you, there's a big part of me that went, "Do you think he's a..." You know what I mean?
I hope you never did that in your life.
Cesaro speaks 4 languages, and I bet none of them are whatever the fuck you just said.
What that was? Oh, yeah. I got real. I was wondering if there was any chance he bladed there because it was Thunderdome. They can cut however they want. But
I
an
thought that for
exposed
a second,
turnbuckle,
too.
bloody forehead, I was like,
Yeah.
that's too perfect. That's too poetic. But what if you go old school on it and it's all like, yeah, drop me into there. Oh, I promise, boss, I won't bleed. And then he just fucking forces his head into it to make sure he does. I couldn't tell what happened there. It was really hard to tell. And it looked so good that I have no fucking clue, man.
I think it's hard if you put on Cesaro and Seth Rollins, I think it's hard to have a bad match. I think it's hard to have a mediocre match between those two. They're really good at wrestling. Like, I know that, like, they're professionals, but, like, there's countless Raw matches where it's just like, I forget what happened because it was nothing.
Yes.
Like, these two are spectacular at their craft. These two are at the top of their game right now.
Yeah.
And either of them, conceivably, without Money in the Bank, could challenge Roman Reigns for the Universal Championship, and it makes sense. Cesaro could get a rematch with Rollins. I never lost to Roman Reigns one-on-one for a title.
Yeah.
I would kill to see Roman Reigns versus Seth Rollins. Heel versus heel? Are you kidding me? But it's 2 different heels. It's 2 different types of heels.
Yeah, and they've also been leading up to that.
Yeah.
They sure have.
And they've been teasing it enough to where you're just starting to just fucking need it to happen at some point.
And the last time Seth Rollins was Money in the Bank, he pinned Roman Reigns. You can't write this shit, guys.
That's a good point.
They
if you
do.
did a mixed,
You
you could do a
can and
mixed
they
tag
do,
match
yeah.
with Seth and Becky and Roman and Jay.
Wouldn't it be like Roman and Naomi?
No. Roman and Jay. You couldn't use Jimmy because Jimmy's nobody's bitch. But Jay? Oh.
But you're saying Seth is a bitch? Are you saying that Seth is a bitch?
He's Becky's bitch, yeah.
Okay, I'm glad that you weren't calling the only woman you booked in that match a bitch. I think that would have been a lot of problems for all of your sponsors.
Yeah. I really need clarity here.
Yeah, I'm just glad that we're all up to date.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to stay up to date, make sure you buy whatever coffee Marsh is selling you. 20% off wherever you buy it.
Let's see. Spinner Fox does say, hey, I like Kenny, but the injuries are building up for Kenny. That shoulder's hanging on by a thread. He needs a break. I could use a break.
They've never told me that he's injured. So in my eyes, he's never been injured. So he's fine. Until they tell me Kenny Omega's injured, doesn't matter. Whatever you read on the dirt sheet, that's real life, dude. Watch a television show. Kick back. Have fun.
That's a good point.
Don't take it too
Just Time
seriously.
does say, easily the WrestleMania match has been their best match, but the one on Friday was excellent. And I don't know. I think I'd be hard pressed. I think I should watch them back to back.
I think in front of a crowd cracks it for me because it's in front of a crowd.
That could do it. Yeah.
So I understand why you would say that, but I mean this match was really good. The fact that a crowd is the difference just shows that how good they are. That if this was in front of a crowd, this might have been better than a WrestleMania match. I mean, it just shows you how good Tyler Black and whatever his name is. I'm not that smart.
That's a good point. Splinter Fox says, also, I'm an AEW guy. An AEW guy, you all know that, which we always appreciate Splinter Fox coming through and hanging out just because we know that it must be frustrating for him at times. He goes, but I want to see if they can stay afloat with Kenny healing up and looks like Jericho's about to hit the tour. Who can step up? I would like to know. I mean, that's a good point. Even if you just fantasy book for a second, if you were to just pluck out Kenny and Jericho, do you think the company does as well as it's doing now?
Absolutely.
And that's not to talk shit on any of the things of like, hey, this is not as good as this show or any of that. Just in general, could they maintain where they are without Kenny and Jericho? Who would be in those spots? I personally feel like I think they could do better without Kenny and Jericho. I feel like those guys kind of drag down some of the talent that's waiting to explode. I feel like you have some talent there who are really waiting for that chance to really break through, like a Page. I feel like MGF has been such a drag since being paired with Jericho, and I feel like on his own away from a Jericho could do huge things. You got the Young Bucks, but they wouldn't anchored on the whole thing. I don't know.
Cody, it depends if Cody actually, so like this is an in storyline with my show, but on my show I picked Cody to win his Double or Nothing match in 17 minutes and 76 seconds because he loves America so goddamn much.
USA.
Right? But I picked it because I was just like, they're obviously going to put over this up and coming Anthony Ogogo, and when they didn't, I was legitimately surprised. Because so my concern with Aleister Black, whatever he goes by now, because they don't know.
They have no idea.
It's okay. He's Tommy End and Malachi Black at the same time, and that's cool.
He's Malachi End.
Tommy Black, I like better.
That's good.
But I would say, I mean, it's just the inverse. But
he's Boom Shakalaka.
I think Cody, obviously they're going to use like Sting, Christian, Matt Hardy to get like casual people who remember 1999.
Yeah.
They're going to use, I think anybody in Team Taz could be a world champion, even Hook.
Yes. Yes. Hobbs just needs the right fucking guys.
Darby Allin is really cool. Darby Allin is like legitimately cool. Fuck, man, if they used FTR right, like I know I talked about this with you, Marsh, like a couple days ago, but like if they used FTR right, like they could be, they're so good. Like the fact that they're being not that I think that they're being wasted in the Pinnacle, but they're just the tag team in the Pinnacle, which isn't, and they're not the focal point, and they got Tully Blanchard in that group. Like why? Like
it feels an awful lot like Young Bucks were mad that everyone was talking about how good FTR was. And saying FTR was the best tag team in the world, that it feels like Young Bucks found an opportunity to pay FTR to come in, job out to them, and then get buried, and then are just doing that. That's what it feels like to me. I feel bad about it because I love FTR so much.
Derek's really mad that Lance Archer does nothing. And Lance Archer does nothing. Lance Archer has
could maybe break out good.
Lance Archer, Moxley. I think my answer is Moxley because I think he's coming back to face Carl Anderson, which could be an awesome match. The Machine Gun versus the Paradigm Shifter depends. That's true. Depends if they go 15 or if they go 5 minutes and then.
Well, I hear you. We're gonna wrap this up right now. Let's see. Spinner Fox does say. Oh wait, hold on. He goes, yeah, Seth is Becky's bitch. She is the man in the relationship. She wears the pants. Aaron says, yeah, she's the man, bruh. Spinner Fox says, hey, you kick back, but not too much. Don't pull a McGregor, MMA boy. It's funny. He goes, who the fuck is this guy? Jungle Boy, they keep teasing him so much. Jungle Boy could be huge. Let's see. Spinner Fox says,
Jungle's big.
He is, but they just keep not.
He's Luke Perry's son. I mean, Luke Perry is a mainstream person. They used to put him on the the press releases before Dynamite came out because he's such like a big mainstream person. Yeah, he's legacy. He's mainstream legacy. That's big.
Yeah. Spinnerbox says Hook. He goes, I need to see that man wrestle. I feel like he's going to be great, suplexing fools left and right. I think there's a lot of potential with Hook for sure. Yeah, and he goes, I feel Mox is leaving soon too, though. Dude, I would love if Mox showed back up in WWE. I would just fucking love the irony of it all. Kuro's calling a derail.
Stop. No, that's not what he meant.
No, he's right.
No.
If you guys want to derail the show, twitch.tv/wrestling on the rocks. Just in time.
You can buy us a drink so we don't have to.
That's a good point. He goes, it sucks because Santana and Ortiz were one of the greatest tag teams going at the time, but all the time they've spent in the inner circle did nothing for them. I remember being so excited to see them because I'd heard so much about them, and then seeing them in AEW for the first couple months they were there, and then just being like, yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. And I just moved on.
They are really good, but
maybe.
That
Ortiz
was my
and
exact
Santana?
Reaction to Kenny Omega.
Yeah.
Not Big Show. Wardlow, he could be huge.
Could be. Spinner Fox says he's not going back to WWF. He'll go to hit the indie scene and JPW. I just think it'd be great if Moxley came back to WWE because I love the irony of it all. Let's wrap up SmackDown. Edge comes out, puts his stick inside the mouth of Jay and Jimmy Uso, gots the pole down up in their mouth, between their teeth, pulls back their lips, gritting his teeth. Face intense, their eyes bugging while Edge is forcing his pull in their mouth and pulling their hair back. That's how that happened.
It's a stick.
It's a
Look
stick.
at me. Look at me.
Jamming the,
Look at me.
jamming the stick.
Look at me. Look at me.
Yeah. And he's all like, Roman, look. And Roman's all like, oh, I'm watching. And Roman watched.
But he smiled when he said, "Look at me."
Oh, yeah. He smirked. He smiled. Roman's watching. Hair down, flowing. Looking like a L'Oreal commercial.
At the Edge, what are you doing?
Yeah, they're passing that conditioner background, that backstage like crazy.
Hey, that's canon because Edge versus Booker T at WrestleMania 19 was for a shampoo commercial. So Edge just have a bunch of shampoo and conditioning.
Well, yeah, but Roman and AJ have like some of the most voluminous hair in the business.
Have you seen Edge before? He's beautiful.
Yeah, that's pretty good hair.
Adam? Yeah.
Yeah. Rey Mysterio and Dominic come out. They beat the shit on the Usos and Roman. And I guess it comes out we're going to get a 6-man tag coming up here. The Bloodline versus Edge and the Mysterios. I'm all for that stuff. Producer was saying in the beginning of the show, in the opening of the show, she goes, with Jimmy and Jay back, do you think that Roman and the Usos will go up against Edge and the Mysterios? And I was like, what? Why would they do that? It doesn't make sense. They're not even connected. And then at the end of the night, they came out and I go, well, I guess that's why. And she's like, I told you, bitch. And she slapped me in the face as hard as she could.
You put a
That's how
stick in your mouth.
Did you call the police?
No, I was afraid to leave.
But no, he couldn't. There was a stick in his mouth.
Yeah, he couldn't.
Continuity. Come on.
Let's see. Spin Fox says, so this is why SmackDown is the A show. AJ looking like a soccer mom. Hell yeah, dude. But I thought it was an awesome way to close it out. I mean, it's all pretty good, intense, and we're booking towards crowds, and I love all of that. Anything else you guys want to say about SmackDown? Go ahead.
No,
Kev.
we're good. No. We're good. I'm going off on Raw already, but let's go.
What did you have, Mike? Anything left on the old Smackdown?
I didn't have cable growing up, so SmackDown was my show. So I'm so glad that it's still so good.
It's so good, dude.
Real good.
And it's crazy. It's crazy that it's on like regular basic cable. Like it's like on like broadcast stuff.
Yes. SmackDown's the only show that my brother-in-law watches. So every time I see him, he'll be like, how's that Cesaro, huh? And I'm all like, okay.
But like, I think that that's important. I think that people are just
USA.
No.
I think it's cool that like whatever AEW is moving to TBS. Marsh and I talked about this, but I've never said this on a public forum. But I think that they're moving to TBS because Conan doesn't exist on TBS anymore, and that's like their biggest show, other than reruns of The Big Bang Theory. But like, it still doesn't reach nearly as many audience members as regular Fox, like Channel 8, Channel 25, Channel 37.
Yeah. I think that's true. I think moving AEW to TBS could be a move because of Conan. But as it stands, I think SmackDown being on Fox is really cool because I hear about SmackDown more than other programs. And when my friends who watch wrestling only catch SmackDown, it's much more enjoyable conversations than when they catch Raw. But I will say, this Raw this week wasn't that bad. It was pretty solid. I know people were like shitting on it here and there because of some stuff, and I get it. But I would say the last month of Raws have been good. I wouldn't say they're the best Raws of all time, but they've been good. I mean, for one week,
I would say that this one has been the weakest of the past couple.
Yes.
So, since the
I don't think it was a
qualifiers.
weak. I agree, but I don't think it was a weak show in and of itself. We've seen some shows that were hard to get through. This wasn't hard to get through. It just had some stuff that was like, kind of felt a little bit like a placeholder. I think we're in a position where they're waiting for fans to come back. So we're going to see a few things. We want to see them take advantage of the Thunderdome one last time. But I don't think they were pulling out all the stops by any means. You know what I mean?
Nor should they.
Yes. Kev, you're about to say something?
No, it's not until later because.
All right. We're getting there. Kuro says, so Roman traded places with his cousins. His cousins are now the big dogs 2 times in 2 weeks. They played fetch. Yeah, dude. They got Edge's stick in their mouth. Spinner Fox says, "Oh man, Marsh, that guy figures what I don't like this. That guy figures what I don't like this dude." Kiro
me?
says, "Yes, move to TBS, AEW, and lose Canada as a market." That's true too. I guess Canada doesn't have TBS; they have TNT. We're gonna see those ratings plummet. I'm just fucking around. I'm just saying because the ratings don't matter the way people say they do.
Legitimately hate everything. I don't care if Raw has 7 people watching it. They're making bank off of Raw. WWE doesn't care how many people are watching.
But that's just it. Is also it doesn't matter the way you think it does, right? Nielsen ratings are not the only measurement of viewership and engagement, and that's what people don't seem to understand. That's what Melter certainly has never understood. That viewership is different than it used to be. There was a time where Nielsen ratings meant everything because it was the only metric. There's so many metrics now that none of that stuff matters. And when people are all like, "Oh, wrestling has the lowest viewership of all time," I saw Vince Russo tweet some bullshit the other day. You guys want to go find him, piece of shit. He was all like, "What does it matter if fans are going to be in the crowd if it's for a show that nobody's watching anyways and nobody likes? Viewership's at an all-time low in the wrestling business." But you don't know that because nobody knows that because that's not how they record viewership anymore. The engagement online, the fact that you see millions and millions of views on YouTube alone, their TikTok has 11 million subscribers. Like,
what's that thing you said about the Fox app?
The Fox app doesn't record viewership at all. If you watch on Fox now, it doesn't go back to them. Anyone who watches SmackDown on Fox app, no one knows you're watching. Literally no one knows. Fox does not report viewership from their app. So it's just a void. So if the highest rated wrestling show in the week every week is SmackDown at 2+ million a night, and no one watching live on a Fox app is being recorded, and no one's monitoring what happens after what's live, because I've seen Meltzer even start to push the idea of AEW, like, "Oh, over the last 2 weeks, this many people watched that episode of AEW." Okay, but that happens with the WWE product too. I'm saying that viewership is so different now that the conversation about ratings is so irrelevant that it's funny to me, and that's why I make jokes about it and enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
We're moving along, Kev. I know. I apologize. Let's see.
No, we're good. Let's do it.
Let's get it. Kiro says, "We get AEW on TSN, and TSN won't rebroadcast stuff from TBS because their Canadian broadcast partner won't allow it." I allow it. I believe it. Let's see. On Raw, we had Bobby Lashley versus Xavier Woods. Xavier Woods got the pin. We've been talking about it here and there. Spot on, spot off. Kev, what did you want to say about this outside of what you've already said? I loved the match. I thought the match was fantastic, and I thought the win was great because what we got at the end of the night because of it. So I didn't have a problem with it.
Yeah, but at the same time, like I said, I think the win is putting a bigger cast on Bobby or Kofi versus Xavier.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Micah, what do you think about this? Woods beating Bobby? Beating off Bobby? Beating off his small package?
I don't agree making the champion lose for the pay-per-view. But
why?
It's a good match. Why don't I agree with it?
Yeah.
Did
you thought Bobby looks like a weak little bitch? You thought Bobby looked beatable as fuck?
No,
Okay.
because I think that makes the eventual win. Like if Kofi wins on Sunday, it lessens that win because he's already been beaten so recently. I don't think it makes Bobby look weak. I just think it makes the win look weak. That like the eventual win.
But that's my problem right there. Is that Kofi doesn't have a legitimate clean win over Bobby, and Xavier does.
If Kofi gets the win, it's because Xavier Woods softened him up?
No, I think that that shows tension between Xavier and Kofi.
I mean, I guess you until the match, though, because if Kofi wins, then is there still tension? Because then they both got to win on him.
No, but if Kofi wins and Xavier doesn't, it's like, hey, I did something that you couldn't.
I don't know. Maybe I just don't see it that way. I mean, I get the mentality. I don't think it's like wrong or anything. I just think that in the competitive nature that they've built, with the idea of, I mean, look at how Poirier won against Conor. Was it because Poirier did the absolute best striking possible? Maybe, maybe not. A little hard to say. It looks an awful lot like Conor McGregor stepped on his own ankle the wrong way and broke it. You know what I mean? Like, a win is a win, and who knows what weird circumstances are going to happen. It gives you that lucky win. I don't know that it undermines any victory.
But at the same time, I was going to say Poirier is going to win over McGregor anyways.
Oh, probably, yeah.
And also, Poirier got 2 10-8 scorecards on the judges' scorecards.
Yeah, because he was whooping his ass. Yeah.
So whooping his ass, and then he still won. So it wasn't like he was whooping his ass, and then Conor McGregor got a roll of victory. It was a dominant win, and then Conor McGregor, his body gave up. Yeah.
He's got bird bones.
You know, good biology textbook if you need to know where the tibia is.
Yeah.
Marsh needs help with that.
Yeah. It's by the cervix. Kuro says the story so far being told was that Kofi was listening to MVP and now Lashley doesn't like MVP. What's happening is Kofi is going to be MVP's new guy when he loses, and he's going to blame Xavier for his loss and say MVP was right. I don't understand all this. I don't see anything. I mean, maybe I'm being blindsided and getting totally worked, but I don't see any of these cracks in the New Day that everybody's seeing.
Well, see, I think this is the time that the New Day is cracked.
Okay.
Because Xavier's doing things that Kofi couldn't by himself. And then all of a sudden, well, hey, I deserve this, and I deserve the title. And Xavier's going to sit there and say, I didn't lose to him. You did.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we'll see how it plays out. I mean, we got Money in the Bank this weekend. Do you think Kofi beats Lashley? Kev?
Yes.
Micah, do you think Kofi beats Lashley?
Yes, but not for the title.
Okay.
I think it's a DQ or count out win. Because I think MVP is afraid of losing Bobby's trust after their whole ending thing.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
And Kofi's about to win, so MVP does something.
Kev, what do you think about the MVP and Bobby Lashley breakdown in the VIP?
If they move on from it, cool. But to me, it's whatever.
I feel like it was one of those things that, I feel like they wrapped up a lot of Thunderdome stuff here. Like, hey, Hurt Business was kind of a thing to get us through the Thunderdome. And I feel like as much as people loved stuff that happened in the Thunderdome because it got us through it,
they're holding on to it.
I feel like the fans are holding on to it and the company's not. I feel like the company's doing a fresh start. This really feels like a whole reset right now. Like, we did all this shit to get through the Thunderdome the best way we could, but we got a lot of other ideas and plans we want to do now that there's fans. That's what it feels like to me. Do you guys feel that at all?
I feel like they want to get rid of not they want to get rid of it, but this was a dark time for this company.
Yeah.
It's a dark time for a lot of people and a lot of companies. I think it's hard for them. I don't think it's hard for them financially. I think it's hard for them creatively because they're literally in the same space day in, day out.
Yeah.
They're just physically in the same space. There's only so much that you can do. I think there's 1 week left. So they said, fuck it. Thunderdome out with a bang.
Yeah.
I think it's easy to just say that they're done with Thunderdome like stuff, though. I think that's too easy of an answer.
Yeah, that might be.
I think it's a nice narrative wrap, but I don't think it's like a. I think the Hurt Business idea is going away.
That's what I mean. I think that idea is going away because I think it was part of the Thunderdome. I think they kind of want to wipe the slate clean and start all over. Which could be good. It could be great. It could be awful. I don't know yet. There's part of me that felt like watching it felt like the end of the era, end of an era, and it felt like the end of a lot of things where it's all like, look, we put the Hurt Business together because we literally didn't have enough staff to do anything else. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that because MVP, think about MVP for just a minute. He came back in Royal Rumble, and he had a retirement match against Rey Mysterio the following Raw. He did an After the Bell interview with Corey Graves, #After the Bell or ATB. And he said there that he had a 2-day contract, that he asked them if he could do this because they were going to be in his hometown in Houston. He wanted to wrestle in front of his son because his son never got to see him wrestle. And so they said, yeah, great, we could do that. And he goes, and then he wasn't supposed to have the Raw match. And he talked to them after the Royal Rumble and said, you know what? It'd be great if I could just close out my career in a match with Rey Mysterio. My son could see me wrestle one of his favorites because his son loved Rey Mysterio. And so they did it. And that was supposed to be it. And he wasn't under contract. And he was open and listening to conversations. And he said he wanted to be a producer. He wanted to work backstage. So they hired him on backstage as a producer. And he was agenting backstage for a couple months. And then COVID hits. Next thing you know, he's back on TV as a manager. Next thing you know, he's back in the ring. Next thing you know, he's a fucking U.S. champion. Next thing you know, he's in a fucking tag with Bobby Lashley. He's running the Hurt Business. Like, thing after thing after thing led to, we just didn't have people without COVID. It just makes me wonder how much of it's all like, yes, MVP, you can finally rest. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I just wonder. I wonder about some of that it's like, hey, you got us through the Thunderdome, and now your reward is we will write you off so you can stay backstage the way it was always supposed to be. Am I way off on that one? What do you think, Micah?
Maybe because they don't have a lot, but they just don't have a lot of the players that they did going into COVID now. Like, they don't have Bailey, they don't have Sasha. They have all different champions.
Yeah.
Like, completely different. Going into WrestleMania 36, it was Brock Lesnar and Goldberg. Now it's Bobby Lashley and Roman Reigns.
That's so great.
Right?
When you think about it. When you say it out loud, it sounds so good.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I think it'd be foolish of them not to take away that they can create stars, because Bobby Lashley was really made during COVID. Like, I know that he was like big, but like, could you imagine if COVID didn't happen? Like, would Bobby Lashley be WWE champion? Would he be the third black champion?
Would Bailey been champion for 500 days? Probably not.
Would that whole storyline between Sasha and Bailey have gone 7 months?
Yeah. I know. It's kind of crazy.
I mean, the Firefly Funhouse, everybody loved that. Would that have happened? Probably not. Bray Wyatt isn't even on TV anymore. He hasn't been on TV in months.
Undertaker's retirement may not have happened at all. If he had an in-ring match, it may not have ended up being the end of his career. Jeremy's in the chat. He does say, I wish they would have done some sort of destruction of the Thunderdome. Seems like a good way to cap off that memory of WWE.
Yes,
I agree
that's what I wanted.
Go ahead. Say it, Kev.
No, 100%. That's what I wanted. I wanted, hey, we're going to destroy it because of this. That's it. Game over. Chapter's over. Let's go. And it didn't happen.
The one thing that they could have done, which is sad because he's no longer with the company, is that they could have had a train ram through the Thunderdome.
Choo choo.
With Braun Strowman right there up front.
Choo choo.
Destroying more shit. Who would have hated that?
I think destruction's always good, but yeah, there was it might have been a little on the nose. Is all I'm thinking, but I don't know. Go ahead.
I think it's a little weird that that there wasn't maybe not as weird, like as weirdly emotional, but like I thought that there would have been a video package, like best moments of the Thunderdome, or like throughout the night on Raw there would have been like top 10 moments of the Thunderdome.
I think so. WWE on Fox Twitter account put out a video that said goodbye to the Thunderdome. My gut tells me at some point we're going to see some sort of WWE Chronicle the Thunderdome era or something that'll give kind of like a really cool emotional.
I would
look
love
at
to
the
see
Thunderdome.
that, like WrestleMania 36, the day of.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, even though it was shot over 2 days, and the only stuff we really got to see was from that Undertaker documentary, which is great. I can't believe I can't believe that there's people shit over WWE and then they have amazing documentaries. Like those are some of the best documentaries.
Yeah, there's a part of me that wants them to stop putting out documentaries altogether because I just can't handle crying that often. You know what I mean?
They're so good. The Ric Flair one from WrestleMania 24 that came out in the past year was so good.
Yeah, incredible. In the chat, Kira does say they can't destroy the Thunderdome. They got to reuse those LED boards for the new set. And Aaron in the chat says, I want Braun to tip over the whole damn dome. Can you imagine how good that'd be? He goes and lifts it up from the bottom. Rah! I'm not finished with you. Flip the Yingling Center. Kuro says, yeah. I don't know. It's definitely an end of an era there. It was the end of a whole thing. I know a lot of people were like, are you going to miss Thunderdome? Yes or no? And a lot of people were like, no, can't wait to get away from it. I don't know. There's part of me that really holds the Thunderdome in high esteem. Like, it made wrestling look different than ever before. It made it look different than anything that was happening at the time. I mean, even AEW that was trying to try as they might with a few wrestlers up front, it still looked like an indie show, like a high caliber indie show, you know, but the production value of the Thunderdome alone. I remember watching the first night of the Thunderdome with my dad. I was in San Diego. We were at my grandpa's house. We were out there for family reasons, and me and my dad were there. I was in the trial group of the Thunderdome before the Thunderdome went live. Was it the Thursday before, the night before that Smackdown? They had a few matches in the Thunderdome to just try the technology out, and I was part of the audience there. I remember they had Casey and Caden in a tag match against someone. I remember Ridley, or it was not his name, Ridley Scott. This fucking guy from To Kill a Mockingbird. That Irish guy who fucking busted his knees out. I forget his name.
Conor McGregor.
No. I'm close. Really good guy in NXT. He came out to like Shinsuke's entrance. I want to say Casey and Caden came out to Asuka's entrance. But it was this whole thing, right? So remember just sitting there watching the
Was this the guy that was just released? Who was like supposed to be part of Raw Underground? The MMA guy?
No,
He's
that's
like
Arturo or something. Yeah. Arturo Ruiz. But different guy. I think it's Ripley? Something like that. Not Ripley.
Believe it or not.
Fuck, I forget the guy's name, but and then I just remember watching it with my dad, and it came on, and I was like, "Hey, they're doing the Thunderdome. It's the first thing they're doing." And as it came on, they did the lightning, the whole thing, as they did the debut of the Thunderdome, and just watching with my dad, I remember him being like, "This is pretty cool." Because he watches all the sports, and he was like, "None of the sports look like this. They're not this active. Like, this is cool." He thought it was awesome to watch, and he goes, "I wish other sports would do this."
Basketball tried.
Sports tried what they tried. But ultimately, I'm just saying that there's a part of me that's going to miss Thunderdome a little bit.
Definitely not going to miss those like empty arenas with like echoing sounds.
Yes, for sure.
Like that, like the only good one of those was the first SmackDown with Triple H and Michael Cole on commentary.
Yeah. Let's break through some of this stuff. Kev, What did you think about the Drew McIntyre gender stuff with the fake sword and the broken sword and the stupid fake fucking motorcycle? Remember 2 months ago when I was at a Target and I sent a picture to you of Drew McIntyre with a motorcycle and we thought that was weird, that broke apart? And then now he's out here with a motorcycle that looks just like the toy and he's breaking it apart. Kev?
Yes.
Remember that? What do you think about the Ginger Drew stuff?
It's frustrating.
Dude, when he said it was a fucking replica sword, I lost my shit.
Mm-hmm.
Micah, what did you think of it?
Wasn't it? It seems so campy, but like in a bad way. Like how it seemed like Scooby-Doo. That's like what I can equate it to. Like that's not the real sword. You got the fake sword.
I know, dude. It was so fucking goofy. And then he broke the motorcycle. How heelish was that of Drew to break the motorcycle?
It's a good thing that you can put it back together because 7 easily assemblable pieces.
Yeah.
Do you think that they did that just for the toy, or do you think that's just pure coincidence?
100% for the toy. If you remember the sports car that the SNL guys gave to Braun Strowman and he broke apart, 3 months prior to that, I saw a toy of Braun Strowman with that same red sports car that broke apart at a Target as well.
That is insane.
Yeah. You know, the funny thing to me is if you want to talk about dirt sheets for a second, every single one of them after that came out said, "Oh, look it, they released this toy immediately after that segment."
No, I saw that shit in Walmart like 4 or 5 months ago.
Yes. Prior
It's
to
all
it.
over Walmart. It's all over Walmart.
Mhm.
And I called Derek while I was in Walmart and I was just like, "Are you seeing this shit too?" And he's just like, "Yep, I guess they gotta get new toys."
I think I sell that toy.
It's a good toy, maybe. I don't know.
Actually, I mean, it's not bad. But, let's see, real quick. Let's break through this. Let's get done with it. Fatal 4-way match. The Alexa Bliss and Dewdrop stuff. I'm actually all about Alexa and Dewdrop having a bit of a thing together. What do you think about it, Micah?
I don't think they are if she's invisible or whatever she is.
That's a good point. Kev,
Yeah.
what do you think about Alexa Bliss and Dewdrop?
It's weird that they're trying to keep them apart, but at the same time, like push them together.
Yeah. I'm all about. I mean, remarkably, when I look at it, the playground segment, and then the Fatal 4-way: Nikki Ash, Alexa Bliss, Asuka, Naomi, Eva Marie, and Dewdrop. I'm really interested in literally everything that all of them are doing at this point. Is that just me?
It's me.
No, 100%. Like
I guess.
I don't know.
You can go, Kev.
Kev?
I don't know. It feels forced to me, but at the same time, like I think that's what they want.
Yeah. 100%. And the amount of people I've seen comment things all like, I can't stand the Eva thing. All I like is Dewdrop. I wish they would just give her name back. All that stuff. And I'm just like the whole time looking at it being like, I think you are being worked. I feel confident in that.
Work.
Everybody work.
Mm-hmm.
Micah, what do you think of it?
I think it's I don't like the magic shit. Like I like Alexa Bliss like being spooky, but I don't like her disappearing.
Yeah.
Unless it comes back for Money in the Bank, I think that there's no. I think that's the only thing that they. That's like the thing that they did with the Thunderdome that I was just like, oh, you could have done so much more. Like I don't want to bring it back to AEW, but remember when Matt Hardy debuted in AEW and he was like popping up all over that place?
Yeah.
They could have done that with Alexa Bliss. Anywhere. She could have been popping up in screens. Like she could have been really spooky and she wasn't.
I did expect a little something more from the last night of the Thunderdome, a little something more Firefly Funhouse like with Alexa. I thought we were going to see more supernatural shit just because it was going to be like, hey, we don't have the chance to do this again. And like, remember that match they had with Alexa where she was like changing her fucking costume?
Yeah.
I was expecting something more like that, but you're right. We didn't get that. It was what it was.
It was fun. I understand. If you want to hear Marsh talk more about that, Bishop TW Takes and him did 45 minutes all about Eva Marie and Alexa Bliss.
Oh, yeah. 100%
And Dewdrop.
TW Takes podcast.
Yeah.
Right,
Look at this.
Eva
I'm
Marie
doing
needs-
plugs for everybody.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. AJ and Omos against Viking Raiders was pretty cool, but
I thought it was a singles match. Am I dumb?
it was 2 singles matches. But
No.
it was cool.
Okay.
But I think they did it right where it was split.
Yes.
I saw online that people were mad that almost didn't take a single bump, but like guy's 7 foot, it's impressive that he can move without falling down. In my opinion, he's so tall.
Dude, if a 5'1", 120-pound Conor McGregor can't step back on his own ankle without smashing his knee into pieces, it seems pretty impressive that almost at 7'1", 600 pounds can jump around the way he does.
No, I love what they're doing with Omos. I think pairing him with AJ Styles is legitimately the best thing that they could have done. There's nobody else who maybe could make it work like AJ because he's
That's a
so
good point.
good.
And
He's
their height
so good.
difference, they're so different. Almost makes AJ look as small as Conor McGregor.
Was it WrestleMania or was it WrestleMania Backlash where AJ did the phenomenal forearm off of Omos?
It was, that was Mania.
It was a pay-per-view match, but like
Yeah.
that shit they could like that's like the shit that I love in wrestling when like you were literally using your opponent to do one of your moves. You're using your partner to use your move, and being 7 foot. I mean, they could always do something with he's also like a year and a half, 2 years into wrestling in general.
Yes.
Like
He's pretty fresh.
He's obviously athletic, but like I think give him a break.
Yeah.
It could have been a lot worse. The fact that it wasn't fumbled. There wasn't like botches galore. I think that's incredible. It was never going to be a 5-star match, and it was never going to be booked like a 5-star match.
Right. And it did feel a little bit like when Alexa would do the Twisted Bliss off of Braun's shoulders. Kev, was there anything else you want to say about the Viking Raiders and Omos and AJ?
No, I just like that they split it up on who
Yeah.
won.
Solid. The Sheamus Humberto stuff, dude, I fucking loved it.
I just saw the picture of Brock.
So funny.
I love the mohawk kind of thing in the middle.
Kev, what'd you think about Sheamus and Humberto?
I like it. It brought up more curiosity with the two, and I'm okay with that.
And I like the addition of Damian Priest. I think we get to a place where Damian Priest takes the title off Sheamus, and I'm totally okay with that.
Yes, 100%.
What did you think of Morrison and Ricochet in the Falls Count Anywhere match?
I wanted more. I was so confused on why this match didn't end the night because what ended the night was bullshit. Like, we had the Thunderdome, the last of the Thunderdome. Fucking destroy that shit.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought about that here too. What I was thought about in regards to it was Sheamus versus Drew Falls Count Anywhere. Remember that match?
Yeah.
Remember how they blew up a bunch of panels and shit and it was crazy looking?
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking these guys could have done that at the end of the night.
Yes, there needed to be a send-off.
Yeah. Yeah.
There needed to be a separation of the two. I don't want to say eras, but it's almost an era at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There needed to be there needed to be a difference between things, and it just wasn't there.
Micah, what'd you think?
I like the addition of The Miz. It kind of built off of what happened last week.
I hate
with
everything
The
you
Miz.
just said.
That's okay. Really?
I couldn't. Miz was the only thing I couldn't stand about the whole thing.
I like the addition of it. I didn't like it, but I like how they like incorporated continuity. Because I think that Miz obviously could have just been doing this stuff with the squirt guns. I think the addition to that, I think he did a move off of Miz or through Miz.
Yeah.
That's all I remember about this match. Really, was the finish. I also wish that they could have explored the Thunderdome more, as that could have been like a farewell, as like an ode, to go through the Thunderdome, because it's not the original Thunderdome.
Correct.
It's not even the second Thunderdome. This is like the third iteration of the Thunderdome. They could have just gone through it, or they could have like done more stuff in the LEDs. But
I hope the WWE auction site has panels of Thunderdome signed by random people for auction. I think it'd be great.
how much money do you think that would go for?
Yeah, I spent $1,000 for sure.
$1,000?
Oh yeah, easy.
You think that's like a bit starting price, or do you think that's the buy now price?
That's the buy price. That's where I would end. But I bet you it would go for 5 to 10. I would spend up to 1,000. I bet you it goes for 5 to 10 for a panel of the Thunderdome.
Where'd you put it?
I don't care. Anywhere. Bathroom?
Bath?
Yeah. Well, we already talked about the last segment with Bobby and MVP. Let's talk real quick about Rhea Ripley versus Natalya. Kev, are you still with me?
Yep, I'm here.
Rhea Ripley versus Natalya. I thought this match was fucking fantastic, personally. What did you think about it?
I thought it was great. Once again, with Raw, I think the placement of it during their broadcast was just off to me.
In a weird way, I thought this could have opened the show fantastically.
Yes.
Because it was a long match. It was like a good 20 minutes or so. And I thought it was so good between Rhea and Natty. And Natty even tweeted about it, saying this was a dream match of hers, which makes me think that she requested this.
Yeah, it wasn't just thrown out there like they pretended it to be.
Yeah, exactly. Micah, what do you think about this, Rhea and Natty?
I think they could have built it up a little more. Because it's not like Natalya is like it wasn't like it was like a up and coming match. It wasn't like Rhea Ripley versus like somebody who needs to prove herself. Like Natalya is a proven person, so it could have been like Natalya being like, "You have to prove yourself to me." Like, it doesn't matter if you're the champion. Like, I'm Natalya. I've got the legacy.
Yeah.
Like, you're just a kid who just got here. Like, who are you?
I agree, but I don't think they've ever booked Natty to be that. But I agree with you that she should be that. She should be absolutely be.
She should be a bitch.
Yourself to me.
She should be a bitch.
An entitled bitch.
Yeah, and I like that she does that. I wish that she would do that. Like, against Ronda Rousey, she could have been like, I trained you. I literally know every move that you're ever going to do. But she didn't. They're just like, we're best friends.
Yeah.
But they didn't establish that. I feel like they could have established it more. Like, I feel like the problem with Rhea Ripley is that they threw her into a title picture as if she was already established, as if she wasn't just on NXT for a while. Yeah. It'd be great if in storyline people were mad. They're just like, why the fuck did she get a title shot? Like, right away. Like, that's bullshit. She didn't even win the Royal Rumble.
Yes.
Could you imagine if the entire women's roster hated her because they don't know if she's a babyface or a heel? I don't know what she is. That's babyface sympathy if everybody hates her.
Yes. No, I agree. I
thought it was a good match. I didn't think it was. I don't think these two would have a bad match, but
I loved it. It might be my favorite Rhea match, if I'm being honest. I know a lot of people are.
Shayna Baszler won when she won the title.
It was great. I think this was a better match through and through. Although I think Shayna's fucking fantastic. I think that the Shayna and Rhea iteration has never quite clicked for me. I don't think they have that great of chemistry in the ring, and I think that their biggest problem is they think they have amazing chemistry, so I don't think they work as hard as they should to make it be right. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And even all this stuff afterwards with Charlotte and Rhea, where Charlotte puts Rhea, she attacks her knee, and then she throws her into the figure four, leans over, just like she did against Natalya back in the NXT days, and then go, oh, it's the Imitations of Serious Four to Flattery, talking about when Rhea knocked Charlotte's knee. I wasn't into it. I don't think I could care any less about the Charlotte character at this point watching it. When she comes on, I just don't care what's happening because not only is she delusional, she's overpowered.
Yeah, they book her too strong, so when she loses, it feels weird. And when she wins, it's just like, not again. It's weird when she loses, which is wild. Like, should anybody be able to beat her?
That's probably the coolest way I've ever heard that described. The only wins I think she's had that's been consistent, or losses that she's been consistent, that I've thought not much about in that regard, she's lost to Bayley like 4 or 5 times. And every time I'm like, fuck yeah, Bayley would beat her.
Yeah.
But I'm also a huge Bayley mark. Kev, was there anything else you wanted to say on this one?
I couldn't care less about this.
About Charlotte?
Yeah. The only thing I will say is that Charlotte, speaking, out of turn or off mic, whatever you want to say, is she felt more believable. Just her being like, yo, fuck that bitch.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I was okay with that. And I was okay with it. But I have no interest in Charlotte versus Rhea at this point.
You know what's weird is, to me, their interaction here on Raw made me the most uninterested in that match than I was before. Before this interaction, I was sort of like, okay, I guess we'll see how it plays out. At this point, it's like, I don't want to watch the match. This one like tipped me over. Were you the same way on that one, Kev?
Yeah, because, we were here 2 years ago or a year and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
And now all of a sudden we're supposed to be interested in this. Why? It has no meaning. There's nothing else behind it. And it sucks. That's, play it. It sucks.
Yeah. Micah, where do you fall on this one?
I think if at the pay-per-view they do like an angle before where like Charlotte attacks Rhea or vice versa, and they have to break it apart, and they're like, this is a no DQ match now. But I think if it's a straight up singles match, I'm kind of bored because I've already seen that a bunch of times. I've already seen them face off regular. Like, why would I need, like, what's my involvement? Like, why would I be involved in this if I've already seen it and the outcomes have always been horrible?
Did you like their match at Mania in 36?
I thought it,
no.
I didn't like a lot of things about WrestleMania 36, but that was also like empty arena, like where you can see where you could hear everything.
Yeah, but did you like the match or no?
I wasn't a fan, but okay. I haven't seen it since. I haven't watched it back. What you tell you about it?
Okay.
But there's a difference between whether you like it or not and whether it was garbage. And to me, it was garbage. Because there's a lot of things that I look back on that I'm a fan of and I'm okay with, whether it's gaps in storylines or whatever. And to me, anything Charlotte right now is just...
It just is a miss every time. Everything I think Charlotte's doing right this moment is a miss.
Which is wild because she's like the best. She's like the biggest booked woman in the company. She's like 12-time champion.
Charlotte is the Emperor's new clothes in wrestling.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened before Mania, but I feel like they were going somewhere where it was like her versus Lacey, where like that whole angle with Rick and like Rick and Lacey might be lovers and stuff. Yeah. And I feel like after that, whatever happened with Andrade,
but even with that
I think that was more interesting than what's going on now, though.
Yes, it was. But it wasn't good. Go ahead, Kev.
But at the same time, at the same time, they just revisited that shit. All of a sudden, now she's a fan of Rick. Oh, I was taught by my dad. I did this by my dad. For the past, 8-9 months, she's been her dad's biggest enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Now all of a sudden she loves him again. Like she's going through mood swings right now, and it's kind of scary.
No, I agree. I think it's all true. I mean, kind of scary. I agree. At this point, no matter what's happening with Charlotte, I'm just couldn't be less interested in it. I feel like she's the biggest Emperor's New Clothes gimmick in the whole show. I feel like even with Drew, where I openly don't like the character, I'm still very open to watching and booing the character. I think he's a big heel. And when I watched him destroy Jinder's motorcycle after Jinder didn't do anything wrong, it seemed, because all he did was break a toy, as according to Drew, that it made Drew look like a fucking asshole. And I booed him.
Drew's story time fucking is terrible.
And his story time is fucking awful. But I can't wait to see Jinder Mahal beat Drew McIntyre. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But at this point, when it comes to Charlotte, I don't want to see her lose. I don't want to see her win. I don't want to watch her wrestle. There's no moment of her in the ring that I go, I better watch this. You know what I mean?
I feel like this might sound like a weird comparison, but I feel like in a way like John Cena for the early part of the 2010s and the later part of the 2000s, where his losses didn't affect him.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the same thing with Charlotte for years, where like her losses don't affect her and she just still goes after what she wants. Like there's not.
But there's a big difference there, because John Cena, if somebody lost to John Cena, it didn't bury that person's career. Whereas if somebody goes up against Charlotte and Charlotte loses or Charlotte wins, that person's done for a couple years.
I don't know. Ryback was pretty buried after he lost to Cena.
That was Ryback's fault.
I said it wasn't a perfect analogy, but it's the same mentality.
Okay, is Rhea Ripley Ryback to you? Because she lost to Charlotte once and then has been fucking awkward ever since.
Is Asuka Ryback to you? Because it took Asuka years to come back to where she's at now.
Rhea is the current Raw Women's Champion and still is in a more awkward spot than Asuka was.
Yeah, she's still the underdog right now. Rhea is the fucking champion, and she's the underdog going into this match. If there's Vegas odds, Vegas would be putting Charlotte over Rhea.
Yep.
Is that what you want from your champions?
I think that match is ending in like a screwy finish or like a DQ no contest. I don't think that has a clean finish at all.
It needs to end in a knife fight. I'm just kidding.
See, and where I believe we need the clean finish. We need a definitive Rhea.
I think SummerSlam is what they would want.
I think Rhea over Charlotte is what I need to. Go ahead, Kev.
No, I can see it. Where if you pushed it on to SummerSlam, that's fine. But we want the definitive win of Rhea over Charlotte, and that's it.
Yeah.
I just think that they don't know who's the heel.
For sure.
And the thing, I don't know. Like, I'm not even
Drew
kidding.
McIntyre's the heel.
No.
Always.
Dustin Poirier's the heel, everybody. No.
It's 100% Drew.
I think they don't, because Charlotte is just so consistent. They want her to be the face, but in like a Triple H way, where like she's like a heel because she always wins.
Yeah.
And then Rhea Ripley, I just think that nobody's invested in her. Like, I just don't think that nobody cares about her. Like, I just haven't heard one person say like, "Wow, Rhea Ripley match, time to watch this." Like, no one's watching that like a Roman Reigns match. But she's
not since she lost to Charlotte. It's been over a year, and I think it's because Charlotte, when she wins, she beats people in such a dominant fashion. She makes people look lesser than. When you look at WrestleMania like 13, Bret Hart versus Stone Cold, they both found a way to look better coming out of it. And I think Charlotte has a method. Look at every time she wins. The person she beats looks lesser than. They look shitty. No matter if she cheats, no matter if it's a weird finish or a schmaz or a DQ, every Charlotte victory makes the opponent look like a piece of shit.
Or like makes them look really dumb.
They look absolutely stupid.
Because
Every
I
time
believe
they look terrible.
I could be wrong. I think it's Royal Rumble 2016 where it's Becky versus Charlotte, and it's Ric Flair distraction with a kiss.
Yeah, and it's garbage.
It's wild. It's weird. It's weird, and it makes Becky look dumb.
Yes. Charlotte doesn't know how to win and allow the other person to look strong. And I'm not trying to say that as a knock on the human being that's Charlotte. I'm saying this character of Charlotte and the way it's portrayed and the way it's booked and all the match people involved. The literal TV product, not the people. I have a ton of respect for the person that portrays Charlotte. But the Charlotte character doesn't lose in a way ever that makes the loser look strong. And it's so important in wrestling. We've seen time and time again that when you lose in a way that doesn't make you look like a piece of shit. And sometimes the winner doesn't allow that to happen. I am saying, as far as Money in the Bank goes, I really don't know where it goes with Charlotte versus Rhea. I think there's a really good chance Charlotte wins.
I just don't know.
But see, at the same time, I think they've been pushing. What's her name?
Dewdrop?
No, not Dewdrop. Freaking
Nikki?
God damn it! What the Nikki? No, not Nikki. Holy
Zelina?
shit!
Liv?
There you go. Jesus Christ!
Charlotte's not in that match.
Reach out for that one.
Charlotte's not in the ladder match.
I understand, but at the same time, I think you're pushing Liv to push not what's happening on SmackDown, but what's happening on Raw.
Oh. Yo, imagine that. Imagine Charlotte beats Rhea and Liv cashes in on Charlotte, and Charlotte has another 30-minute title reign or whatever. Remember how Bayley cashed in on Charlotte?
Yeah.
Derek was there, and we talked about this last night, and he said that was the biggest pop of the night, easily.
Bayley's incredible.
Easily the biggest pop.
But look at the underdog that they're facing with Liv. And if she cashes in on Bianca, okay. But if she cashes in on Charlotte just capturing the title, that's that much bigger.
Or what if
that would be huge. Go ahead, Micah.
What if Zelina cashes in on Rhea?
Oh, Zelina cashing in on Charlotte. Ooh, the pettiness.
Yeah. Everyone's just like awkwardly booing. Boo?
They just panned to Burt Baker in the audience. Just
looking confused. I could see that. Yo, I think that'd be dope actually if Liv wins Money in the Bank and cashes in on Charlotte, who just beat Rhea. That would upset the whole apple cart, as they say.
Because the other thing is that SmackDown is promoting the women's division, whereas Raw is not. So I have a feeling somebody's coming over from SmackDown to Raw, and that's where the cash-in comes in.
That could be. I will say though that with Bayley getting injured, someone listed the amount of SmackDown women's roster, and it was like Carmella, Liv Morgan, Sasha Banks, and Bianca. There was no other women on the SmackDown roster.
Mm-hmm.
But on Raw, you had Mandy, Dana, Tamina, Natty. You had Shayna, Nia, Alexa, Nikki, Naomi, Asuka. So there's just a bigger pool. Not that it's a ton, but that's like 8-4. You know what I mean? So it could be why they're injecting so much talent into SmackDown right now. But I agree with you. The idea of switching some people over, and imagine Imagine coming out of Money in the Bank, Liv Morgan is your Raw Women's Champion. Fucking Christ! I think that's amazing. I love that you said that.
Yeah, exactly. As much as they portrayed her as being the underdog and she's nothing, she had to earn her spot. Like, as that's the other thing that got me with Raw is that they still just to admit that there's a secret woman that's not involved.
Yeah.
But, she comes in, just throws the whole women division upside down, and that's her, gimmick. 100%, I'm down with that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm here for it. I love all that. I love that you brought that up right now. And it's also funny because we got all the way to this last moment, like 4 hours in, where it's all like, wait, what if Liv did this? And it was like, holy shit, you unlocked the fucking box. I love it.
Yes.
Micah.
Yes.
yes. Real quick in the chat, now Kuro is saying, Marsh, you jinxed it. Almost is going to hurt his leg now, and asked if Almost is the new Great Khali. I do think Almost is better than Khali, but I do think he is limited similarly. And Jeremy does say, didn't Liv...
You protect Almost.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And I think AJ is gonna suffer the injury.
Yes. Oh shit! Jeremy brings up a great point. Didn't Liv have a match against Charlotte during the pandemic era? And she said, Charlotte may have beaten me this time, but next time it will be different.
No, she said,
I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real next time. I'm gonna be real.
I'm pretty sure Liv Morgan is Lana's secret lover. So
Lana and Liv Morgan used to be married, for sure.
no, they used to be lovers. No, that was a thing at the wedding. 2019. I said
we're not talking about anal.
That's a good point.
That's true, Kev. I'm glad that we're on the same page.
Micah's like, thank God we agree.
But no, I am like, as much as I was invested, I don't know when to say invested because I wanted it and it happened. But as much as I'm certain that Liv is going to beat the Money in the Bank champion, I feel this certain that I was with Drew winning the Royal Rumble.
I would love Liv to cash in on the Raw Women's Champion, even if it's Rhea. But I would love it to be Charlotte, because Charlotte was the one who offset.
Buried her. She buried her a couple times.
I'm all offset. You're like, she buried the bitch. She fucking destroyed her.
She was like, grave diggers. Like, you're done, bitch.
Yeah, you're done. Micah, was there anything else you want to say about Raw or SmackDown that you thought we missed? The broken sword, maybe? Bad love of swords.
Stop comparing wrestlers. Everyone's different. Don't compare Kenny Omega to Roman Reigns. That's just an unfair comparison. They're both good in their own way.
I know you can't.
You can't compare that
to Roman.
Go ahead, Kev.
I said you can't do that dishonor to Roman.
Yeah.
No, Derek and I had this talk. Don't just compare wrestlers. Just don't do that. Don't compare. If you wanna think it's friendly, it's cool. But like, to each their own. Don't yuck someone's yum, as my sister says. I don't.
What? What did your sister say?
What?
What'd your sister say?
She said, "Don't yuck someone's yum."
Don't yuck someone's young.
Yum with an M.
No, yeah.
Oh.
It's a. But either way,
touch grass. Come on, man.
But the thing is you can like who you like, and we can dislike who we like. At the end of the day, we're just wrestling fans.
Exactly, guys. The thing is that I try to promote this all the time. We're all wrestling fans. We shouldn't hate each other. If we can have disagreements, but I'm still me at the end of the day. You're still you at the end of the day. We can say that each other is stupid, but respect each other's opinions, even if you don't like them. That's what I want to say.
Exactly, and we're not gonna fight over it. We're not gonna be like, oh.
I mean, maybe you're not. I will, but
this motherfucker, fuck him. Like,
Oh yeah.
I'm fighting him. Send me his address right now. I'm flying
This
out
isn't
there.
this.
and I'm
This
gonna
isn't
beat
the
his ass.
1970s. We all know. We all know what wrestling is. Wrestling is.
Yeah.
Wrestling is a
How
television show. It's
dare
not Andy.
you.
It's not Andy Kaufman.
Yeah. How dare you? I'm pulling out the white glove and I'm smacking him across the face.
Right.
Jesus
It's fun.
Christ.
If
fun
you
to
talk
talk about
shit on
wrestling.
Andy Kaufman, I will show up to your house and beat the shit out of you on
Yeah.
fucking TikTok. I'll do it. I'll live Instagram it. I don't give a shit. I do agree. At the
And
end
I
of the
looked
day,
at him and I said,
Like we're wrestling. There's already so few people who watch it. The fact that there's disagreements is cool, but the fact that there's hatred is not cool.
exactly. And at
but
the end of the day,
that's
go ahead, Kev.
I was gonna say that's the problem with the narrative. If we hate the same people, cool. If we like the same people, cool. But as soon as there's a disagreement, all of a sudden there's a problem. Bullshit. We can have a different opinion, and let's just at the end of the day, you like wrestling, I like wrestling. Cool. That's it.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm AEW Mark, and I just talked about WWE for 3.5 hours, and I only had 10 references of AEW. So come on.
I know.
That's
pretty
fine.
dope.
I'll meet you.
That's really good for me. I got my 10-day chip, so
Yeah, 100%. I mean,
hey, I'll see you out in Chicago in a couple weeks, and let's settle it over a pint.
Are you near Chicago, Micah?
no.
All right,
No,
you
I'll
better
be
start
in
driving.
Chicago in a couple weeks.
I know.
I will be out of the country by the time All Out happens. I'm actually really sad. I was supposed to go to I already have tickets for the AEW show that was supposed to be directly after All Out, and surprise, surprise, I'll be out of the country.
So who's gonna go in your place?
Wait. Bigger question is, how are you surprised that all of a sudden you're out of the country?
I wasn't all.
First.
Did you get deported?
No.
Are you being
I bought the
deported?
ticket. I bought the tickets a while ago, and then
ICE
I
found
got
you afterwards.
yeah.
Did you win some sort of sweepstakes that took you out of the country? How the fuck do you buy tickets and then also leave the country later?
Yeah,
It wasn't like they were. It wasn't like they were like directly after each other. I have an internship in another country.
Which country?
I will not say that on there.
Canada.
All
No,
right,
I'm just
that's fair.
kidding.
I'll say it off air.
right.
But yeah.
All right.
But at the same time, you don't have to prove shit to us. You can just tell us to fuck the fuck off, and you're gonna go about your daily life.
I consider you guys. Physically on par, maybe not mentally, but physically on par.
That's fantastic because at the end of the day, we're all just a bunch of drinking buddies in the drive bar.
Accused me of being
Guys, this is a dive bar of the IWC. If you take wrestling too seriously, I think this is the wrong place for you.
Yeah, right? See,
100%.
that's the whole deal. We love to get fired up and talk wrestling and yell at each other. How much did we disagree with you tonight, Micah? It was almost endless.
I think you
at a certain
called.
point.
You said that I had the silliest thing that had ever been said on the show, and the show's only one episode old.
And that can't be fair to you.
And there's a lot of clump on this show.
It couldn't have been fair to you at all.
I heard for about 45 minutes about Ricky Stark's ass, and I said the silliest thing on this show's history.
Yeah, you've literally heard butthole talk for hours.
I've literally heard different segments about wrestling ass.
Yeah, 100%. But at the end of the day, we're all just drinking buddies. We're all here at the dive bar of the IWC, Wrestling on the Rocks, where all we want to do is get fired up, talk wrestling, and at the end of the day, buy each other a drink. And that's exactly where we are with this. Micah was in the chat, fired up, and said, I dare you to bring me into the dive bar right now so I could talk some shit, and we did it.
And I had to bring my ID, and the bartender didn't believe me at first.
And we've regretted it ever since.
Yeah. Yeah. I swear to God, I know a guy.
Yeah.
Ask. Billy! Billy! That's my friend Billy over there. Billy!
Hey, Micah, have you pawned off your tickets yet?
Oh yeah, they're going to Derek.
Okay, good. Derek is he East Coast?
Yeah.
Okay. Is Derek on Twitter?
Derek is at Twitter, at your boy D Horn.
Okay. I'm going to find him. Between you and Derek, the next 2 weeks of our Tuesday night show, We're gonna need coverage for Kevlar. I believe he's gonna be very wrapped up
Chicago.
in NBA.
And in Milwaukee, I'll be rooting the fucking Suns on till there's no breath in me.
I'm gonna love the week he comes back and he can hardly talk.
I'm sorry, buddy. Suns
Dude,
in
no.
5. I know. I'm probably gonna get like kicked off the chat. Suns in 5.
Yeah.
No, 100%. Suns in 5. I'm at that fucking game, and that's what I'm fucking hoping for. Jesus Christ, you gave me the biggest boner of the night. Like,
oh my god, I forgot
baby.
that you guys live in Arizona. Okay.
Yeah, Suns in 5, 100%.
I forgot that you guys are, that's like your home.
Suns in 5. Suns in 5. Suns in 5. Yeah, 100%.
I hate
My entire work who watches basketball is just like Suns in 5 easily. My cousin who watches basketball.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, after game 3, Suns are coming out with a fucking mission on game 4. We're going to fucking shut the fucking Bucks down.
Devin Booker 35, 10, 12.
I say Devin Booker like
Chris
45.
Chris Paul 30, 27.
Yeah,
27.
and then we go back to Phoenix. Woo! Yeah!
That party is going to be sick.
Dude, I bought my tickets and I'm fucking insane. Like, and you know, I think I mentioned it earlier. The crazy thing is that if there's a game 6, it's the day before I fly out to Milwaukee. If there's a game 7, I'm in Milwaukee and not in Phoenix, and I live in fucking Arizona, and it's pissing me off right now. So Suns in 5, I'm
better be 5.
100%. Like, I will fucking live stream. Oh,
so good, so good. So,
God,
Micah, hit me with a DM on Derek's handle. I'm gonna hit you both up. We're gonna get you guys to cover while Kevlar is gone. I've already saved up for his bail if we get Suns in 5.
There's beyond bail. I might get
if you go
deported
to thank you for another cheap plug. If you go to twitter.com/Devoid podcast, that's capital D, capital P, you'll find both of our handles right there in the bio. And you can find everything else about Specifically Devoid, including Instagram at Specifically Devoid, specificallydevoid.com. Type in Specifically Devoid into YouTube. We have a regular podcast where we just shoot the shit, and there's a narrative storyline. We have a wrestling podcast where obviously we just talk about wrestling, and it's we've pre-recorded. We have an interview with Justin Credible coming out. Justin Credible is such a great guy. We got some really good questions. Justin Credible said that he would love to come back on the show. He loved it so much. On there, newly signed to AEW, Griff Garrison on the show for the second time. Broke the news on our show that he was probably going to get signed. And you can catch wonderful programming like Devoid Entertainment. Marsh was just on an episode that will be released in about 2 months because we are in the midst of the Devoid Summer Invitational, a tournament to crown the champion to face me, the current Devoid Entertainment champion. And you can also find other programming weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, and whatnot.
Absolutely.
You can also find me on The Theory of Humor, but that's a different show.
You can find Kevlar at Kevlar on the Rocks on Twitter with an X, where he will never respond
find me in
to
other
your DMs.
places.
Most of the other places. If you go to the Wrestling on the Rocks Facebook page, facebook.com/Wrestling on the Rocks, that's where you can get a hold of Kevlar most of the time.
You can also find Kevlar in the Maricopa County Jail after the Suns win in 5.
100%.
County jail for sure.
100%. Like,
is Phoenix in Maricopa County?
Yes, it is.
Let's go geography.
Let's go.
Yes. Oh.
I am at Ref Marsh. We are at WOTR the show. Micah, I appreciate you coming through and having a drink with us, man. There's nothing that makes us happier than having someone on here who can come on here and disagree with us wholeheartedly about most things. And at the end of the night, we're still willing to buy each other a drink, have a hug, and say we'll see you tomorrow. And that's what this whole thing is about. It's about community. It's about being passionate. It is okay to passionately and fervently love your favorites and wrestling and think that everyone who disagrees with you is wrong. but it's not okay to shut them out. At the end of the day,
But
we're all here because we just love the same things. Go ahead, Kev. What are you saying?
I was going to say, at the end of the day, you love thy neighbor. And as long as you're in Maricopa County, you love me.
Yeah.
On
AEW
Saturday.
is our podunk neighbor. So if you love AEW, you love WWE, whether you like it or not.
And don't be that guy who stormed Chris Jericho. That's not cool.
Yeah, that's not cool. You don't got to get on stage. You just get up behind a mic like the rest of us. Got a podcast.
You just fucking show up backstage at Golden Corral or whatever.
Record for 5 hours about absolutely nothing while having a drink with some friends.
Yeah, that's all, man. Just have a few drinks with some friends. Guys, we are going to be giving you the first ever pre-recorded drop on Thursday. We will not be live. I will be on the road. Me and Amanda Jane pre-watched a few matches that we're going to give you as we go live and give you time to find each match to watch along with us this Thursday for episode 1. After that, we will be back to live, not live to tape, but live on the following Tuesday for a brand new episode 1. Guys, this is at WOTR the show, WrestlingOnTheRocks.com for all of our links, all of our shop stuff, your own way to link your Twitch to your Prime to buy us a drink for free, no cost to you and drinks to me. Couldn't be better if you ask me. Guys, that's last call. Cheers.
Let's go, Suns!
Hey, producer lady here. Thanks for tuning in. Continue to support us or buy us a drink by following and putting the I in subscribe on Twitch. Or subscribe and review our podcast on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen to us. Cheers!
I would never have a drink with Wrestling on the Rocks.